acoustics are going to be really challenging. Time is 5:30, so I will call this meeting to order. We will do a roll call vote. So Adam Sheely, here. Stephanie Butenhoff.
Here.
Sue Kratowitz.
Here.
Michael Saad.
Here.
Corey Bees. Here. Okay. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right. I'll try to speak up. Hopefully you all can hear me. I do not have the loudest voice. So I do apologize in advance if you can't hear me. Anyways, I am seeking a motion to approve tonight's agenda as presented.
So moved.
Okay. You get a second?
Second.
All right. Seconded by Mike. Any discussion? So we'll do roll call vote. Adam, aye. Stephanie?
Aye.
Sue?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Corey? Okay. Number 5, we have approval of consent items. So you'll see the minutes from previous board meetings is attached there. So any questions with that?
I actually have something to add to the minutes. So I just wanted them to reflect under the approval of agenda that I recommended to table the items, budget revisions, and academic standards until a detailed description was made on the agenda. And the public could properly know what we are discussing. And then it says, it doesn't say about the motion that I made and seconded by Corey about moving number 6 to number 16. It needs to be called out separately.
Stephanie, I think I heard my name, but I can't hear you.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
no, it's okay. I will try to speak a lot louder. So I was saying that the minutes need to reflect, I recommended to table the items, budget revisions, and academic standards until a detailed description is made on the agenda and the public could properly know what we are discussing. And then I did make a motion. It says that number 6 budget revisions was moved to 16, but we need to detail the motion that I made and seconded by Corey, and it was approved 3-0 to move that to number 16. So we just need to call out that specific motion from the last meeting. And then it says approved 2-0. In the same section, it's just 2-1. So those are the changes that need to be made.
Thought I had actually, when I was looking this over, I had changed that to 2-1. So I'm not sure what happened there. Okay. So I'll make note of those. Okay.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you. All right, moving on to treasurer's report. So, Susan.
Okay, with our July treasurer's report, we started off in the general fund with $1,676,135.06. I'm going to have to yell. Okay. And we ended off the month with $789,211.50 in the general fund. Community State Bank cash account, we started off the month with $547,882.90. We ended off the month with $670,212.16. The building fund started out the month with $223,613.39 and ended up the month with $194,958.17. Petty cash started and ended the month with $500. Certificate of deposit started the month with $306,360.52 and ended up the month with $306,373.02. The LGIP, which is the local government investment pool, started out the month with $12,914.62, ended up the month with $12,915.12. So overall, our grand asset totals, we started out the month with $2,767,406.49 and ended the month with $1,974,169.97.
Sue, got a question about the CD. Did you have a chance to investigate that yet?
No, I have not.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, any other questions for Sue? Okay, moving on to accounts payable bills. Susan?
Sorry, it's taking me a little bit to pull it up. These are the bills listed from July 24th through August 19th. And it starts off with check 67535 all the way through wire transfer 2021-00022 for a total amount of checks or wire transfers for the month at $985,680.31.
All right, thank you. Any questions? All right, we're gonna move on to personnel hires and or resignations. So, Jack.
Yeah, a few updates for the month. First of all, we're excited to have Kelly Johnson, who's finally, we've been able to work through it and get her back on the schedule. So she's going to be in a part-time role with us back in the art department. So we're very excited about that. Just some notifications, not for board approval, but Mr. Kevin Bush has been committed to the district as our new Tier 2 tech representative. So I'm sure you can see Kevin running around, but we're excited to have Kevin here. He's obviously been dedicated to our district, and I'm excited to have him a part of the team. We're shifting some of the hiring of our special education aides Mrs. Rachel Crocher, who is currently in school to get her nursing degree, and we've decided that it would be best for us here at the school as well as Mrs. Crocher to fill in as a nurse's aide for the time being to get that experience as she's going to school. So then that kind of started a little bit of a chain of events to hire some different special education assistants, which you can see in your report. Lastly, we do have one resignation. Mrs. Catherine Buchan has resigned from the district. We're really going to miss Katie. I know her and I grew really close last year with some of the students in her classroom, but she made a decision that was best for her family and took a position that's much closer to her home. So we will definitely miss Katie and wish her all the best in her future. Lastly, moving for appointment of a full FTE for Miss Monica Carlson for Katie's replacement in kindergarten for a full FTE of $48,000. I don't have a ton to say to the district just because the process moved so quickly because we are just a few days away from school. I've got to meet Monica just briefly, but I would love to give a full more biography / resume in the future. But my recommendation would be to approve the hires and resignations as presented.
Okay, thank you, Jack. We want to wish Ms. Buchan all the best at her new position. Just thank you for everything that she did here at school. I know my kids had her as a kindergartner, so we are definitely going to miss her. So thank you, Ms. Buchan. Sorry. All right. Any other questions on consent items? Okay, so I will make a motion to approve consent items. All right. So we'll do roll call vote. Adam, aye.
Sorry, I want to add some with the edited minutes as discussed.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
So Adam, aye. Stephanie?
Aye.
Sue? Mike?
Aye.
Corey? All right, motion carried 5-0. So we'll move on to the president's report. I don't have a whole lot here. It's been a pretty busy month, obviously. So I just want to make the public known that back at I believe it was a July meeting, we've voted as a board to move our meetings from the 4th Wednesday of each month to the 3rd Wednesday of each month, and we moved the time from 5:30 to 6 p.m. So that concludes my president's report. So we'll move on to district reports. So we will start with Jack Musha.
Thanks, Adam. I'll try my best to speak as loudly as I can and face the audience so you guys can hear me. But starting with a celebration, I would like to just kind of a shout out in a sense to Mr. John Murphy, our band director, and all those students that are involved in summer band. I was able to come to the concert a little bit over a week ago with my own daughter, and we just really, really enjoyed it. So it was nice to see all those kids playing their instruments and at a very, very high level, a very talented group of kids. So I wanted to just start my report today with a celebration of that summer band program. So thank you, as always, Mr. Murphy, and the great work you do. Some of our building updates. We have the roofing project is complete on what we would consider area 7 of the elementary school. I know many of you in the audience here tonight were here for the special board meeting last week when the roofing project was not complete, when we had quite a leak in the nurse's office as you were all leaving. So I'm relieved to say that portion of the building has been repaired. However, if you were here for the open house last night, obviously the rest of the building has not been repaired. So the weather gods, if you will, were very friendly to us and rained from 3:45 last night till 6:10 when we had open house from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. So I saw a lot of wet faces coming in, and I know that we obviously have a lot of work to do, and we have the gentleman from Nexus Solutions here to present a little bit later about some of those proposed changes to our building. But we are continuing also to work with Eckhart Heating and Cooling. We had several air conditioning units within the building that were I'm not a heating and air conditioning person, obviously, but because the air was so humid from outside and was pulling all that air, there was a very large sensation because it wasn't being filtered, the air that was being pulled from outside, which caused several other leaks throughout the building. So we've been struggling this week, but I also wanted to just, thank Lou Gilmore and Melvin Miller and the custodial staff for all of their hard work to continue to try to patch this building together and make it what's best for all of us. We have a lot of painting projects, flooring, room organization, reorganization, and those guys have a lot of things to do within their plate throughout the day. And when you start throwing things like air conditioning units and leaky roofs on top of that, it becomes a very difficult and thankless job. So thank you to Lou and his crew for all their hard work. Moving on to a registration and enrollment update. Thank you for all the families for completing this year's registration in a timely manner. As of today, we had over 786 students out of our 826 current enrolled students have completed their registration. So currently the Bristol staff is reaching out to those families who have not registered with personal phone calls and emails and things like that. And again, another shout out to all those that help, especially Mrs. Lori Baird, who's answered over 190 emails and phone calls from families to provide customer service and make sure that registration process went smoothly. Just a heads up for everybody that we have to do a DPI transportation report by law. Right now, I am in conversation with DPI. I have not filled that out yet. I am actually overdue, so I just wanted to be transparent with that. The reason that I am overdue on that is right now we are in some discussion as to what defining a hazard zone is. We have 136 students within our district that are bused to school that are inside of 2 miles. We as a district provide that service, I guess, out of the goodness or the wellness of our students, because they do have to cross things like Highway 45, or they would have to cross Highway AH to walk to school. So we technically do not have to provide that service. However, we do because we want our students getting to and from school safely. Right now, the DPI is not recognizing those as hazardous zones. And when I say hazardous zone, I mean having to walk across a busy highway or a hazardous zone in order to get to school. In my opinion, both Highway 45 and AH, I know many of you have driven down them or have seen people drive down them, especially the hills just north of the building on Highway 45 where it is difficult to see. To me, that's hazardous. And I know for me as a parent, I wouldn't want my student necessarily walking across 45 unsupervised. So I don't want to say arguing, but I'm discussing with the DPI to consider those hazardous zones so that we can get additional funding for those busing students, because there is 136, which is about a third of our students that ride the bus continuously or regularly that are in those zones. So anyways, that's just an update for me. I'm trying to be transparent on why that report was not filed as of yet. We did have all staff in the building starting, and I'll let Holly and Carrie talk a little bit more about the exciting professional development that has been going on within the building. But I did want to share one thing, and there was kind of a colorful sheet here that I provided the board. But if you can see behind us, they're kind of starting to fall off now. But one of my things I did in my opening activity was I asked staff members for 3 things that we can build on here as a school, 3 things that we have that we really got, and 3 things that they're excited for. So I know most of you that know me, I try to end on a positive note or continue the positive theme. So I would just share this with you that these here, Gene was nice enough to go ahead and type all of those responses up for me. And of course, Ale made it color coded and beautiful. So these are just some of the responses that staff gave to us as they came in. And I just wanted to personally recognize some of them. So, you know, for what staff is excited for, re-entry, new school year, four staff members said, thank you. Extracurricular, sports, activities, concerts, all of those things. Staff is very excited for that. 11 people, as far as culture and climate said, they're excited for positive year, new beginnings, opportunities, and to challenge themselves. And also new staff, new administrators, excited to meet them. Mr. Koshel got some specific shout outs to him and how much of a great job he's doing in his new role. As well as professional development, working together as a team, collaborating and learning from our students. I thought that was a really neat one to share. And then lastly, the highest answered one of all, which I thought was pretty indicative of our staff, was they were extremely excited for our new staff and team members and welcoming them to the team. So I thought that was something that I just wanted to share with the board as well. And just lastly, on a personal note, I'm excited to announce that I was accepted into the Concordia University of Wisconsin Superintendent Program this week, and I will be starting that program coming up in a few weeks this fall. So that concludes, yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Sorry, I went through a lot there. Does anybody have any questions before I conclude my report? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jack. Next up is our business manager report. So, Susan.
For a budget update, the auditors were in a few weeks ago. Things went very well. They're finishing up, but preliminary figures show that instead of eating into the fund balance, we are going to have over $382,000 added to the fund balance. That is in part to heavily utilization of the grants from 1920 and 2021 that were not utilized. So we won't have those advantages next year, especially since our grants are going down about that amount. But I'm going to be meeting with the administrative team and we'll be discussing their budgets. And then I would like to set up a finance committee meeting to review all of the revenues that we have coming in next year, the differences in the budget and what next year's budget looks like. We eliminated frontline time and substitute modules as they weren't working well with the staff and obtaining substitutes. Anna has graciously agreed to get our substitutes again this year and train her predecessor, whoever that may be, the lucky person. They were charging us a little over $9,100 last year to utilize their modules. We went with Skyward, absence management, substitute tracking, and true time timekeeping. We did order 3 time clocks. They haven't been synchronized with our internet right now. But everybody can clock in and out on their employee access module, which is already in Skyward. The initial cost for the setup was $11,000 with training. But after that, it's $7,000 less per year than Frontline. So I figure somewhere around a 1.5 year ROI on that. And that's really all I have on this month for the business manager. I'll talk more about Wisconsin deferred comp later. Any questions?
All right, thank you, Susan. Next up is principal report.
Fortunate enough to report out that last Thursday and Friday, we had all of our new staff. It was a rather large cohort that was in the building. So we welcomed them in, did a lot of team building, showed them the Renegade way. We had 2 days of training with that. And then this week, Monday till today, we had training with all of our staff. The last 2 days, we welcomed Solution Tree and worked a lot with our professional learning communities, diving into our standards, unpacking those, and doing a lot of planning together like Jack. There was poster boards all over the building, but it was a great experience. And I want to just thank the staff for their engagement and attention to detail as we worked through several long days of professional development. What I'm most excited for is seeing the kiddos. It was great last night at open house to see the families and the kids in the building, to see the smiles on their face, and I'm just excited to see them back starting next Wednesday and in the building as we look forward to a great year together. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Any questions? Okay, moving on to our associate principal report.
So I'll be updating on assessment, PBIS, and our athletics. For assessment, we'll be starting our MAP testing window. We'll start on September 8th and we'll run through the 17th. So just want to give families and the community a heads up about that testing window opening up. Forward testing results were shared with families who attended the open house last night. So if anybody did not pick up their child's or children's forward testing results, those will be mailed to families. So the MAP testing window will be opening on September 8th. It'll run through the September 17th. Forward testing results were shared with families at the open house last night. And if families were unable to pick up their children's test results, they will be mailed to the families. We're really excited to do a PBIS reboot. Many of you are familiar already with the Renegade Way and the PBIS behavior expectations. Many of you know what the challenges and interruptions to our learning environment because of COVID. We're going to have a continued focus on reestablishing consistency with our PBIS implementation this year. So I'm really excited to be partnering with Mr. Koshal and our PBIS team in getting those expectations and kind of back to the basics with PBIS. As far as our athletics, Mr. Koshal has been very busy preparing for the athletic seasons, and we're really excited to have those up and running again. Some of our main highlights for preparation are, first of all, we have cross country going, and Miss Greta Hackfarth is beginning her 11th year coaching the team. And we're welcoming a new associate coach in Carla Sturridge. We had student signups going out the first week of August, and so far we've had 45 students from grades 5 through 8 sign up. We've had optional summer runs for cross country being held each Monday. The custodial staff has worked very hard to clear our cross country path in the woods on the southern end of the property for those practices and for the September 22nd cross country meet. For softball, Mr. Kirk Johnson will begin his 15th year of coaching the girls A and B softball team. Kevin Bush has been hired to replace Mr. Koshal as the boys A and B softball coach. Signups for softball went out last week, and we're looking forward to seeing more 7th and 8th graders sign up. A reminder for cross country and softball sign up.
All right, thank you, Carrie. Any questions for her? Okay, before I get into Tony, I do want to say, I know this is not the best venue to hold a meeting, but given the sensitive topics that we're discussing tonight, we don't have a room that is large enough to host everybody. So that's why we moved it to the gym. So we do realize it's not the best place. to have a meeting. So, but we'll try to remember, just like we have our mute and unmute buttons here, to speak loudly. Okay, so do apologize for that, but that's the reason why we're in here. Okay. All right. Last report is the network administrator report. So Tony.
All right. Well, our switch upgrade, I guess, would be the first thing to touch on. It's gone as planned. We're where we kind of expected to be at this point. A switch upgrade is, especially one on the scale that we have done it here to accommodate our one-to-one program, is something that can take 1 to 2 weeks. Due to some timing and scheduling things, we're kind of forced to do the last part of this switch upgrade, which is called VLANing. We're kind of forced to do that when teachers are in the building. And that kind of leads to some anomalous behavior within our network. And so while there have been some rough patches due to that, we are where we're supposed to be. River Run will be in on Friday to finish up the VLANing. We currently have 2 network engineers working on the VLANing scheme so that we can deploy it in relative short order on Friday. It's also one of those things that you really, when you're doing VLANing and you have a lot of people in the building, it can also create other issues. So we like to do it when we don't have teachers in the building if possible. But it is one of those things that, while on the surface to somebody who's not familiar with switch deployments, it might kind of cause a little bit of anxiety. I am really confident with where we're at in that process. So that's the switch upgrade. I really gotta give, just acknowledge my team at this point. I got a great team of IT personnel with me. Since Monday, they have been the first ones here and they have been the last ones to leave. They've been the first ones here to set up and support our teachers during in-service, and they've been the last ones to leave as we continue to troubleshoot our infrastructure and put out fires essentially and make the system navigatable for teachers. So Kevin Bush, Nikki Maurer, Joey Sullivan, you guys, they've done a fantastic job. Really, they teched this tonight. Some of them didn't even get lunch, but they stayed to tech this for our board, for our audience members. So I got to give them a huge, huge shout out. We're doing a lot of really cool things. We're doing a lot of really neat stuff with our printers and how we print. We're doing our best to get Chromebooks in the hands of all of our students. We are now 1-to-1 from first grade up. That is official. We distributed our Chromebooks to first grade this morning, with the exception of one room. We're just wiring the cabinet. That's almost done. So that's exciting. Thursday, Friday, we covered a lot with our new teachers. Things like what to expect in the event of a COVID closure, just so that they're prepared if it happens. We don't want to leave those new teachers hanging. So other than that, other than the switches and the 1-to-1 program, we're where we hoped to be. So any questions regarding those things? Oh, well, thank you guys. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. All right. I do appreciate hearing from our administration and looking forward to getting back to school, hopefully as normal as possible. Keep those compliments and shout outs and things like that going. So I definitely think that will help build continue to build a positive culture. So thank you to everybody. All right, number 8, Nexus Solutions. So I'll have Jack introduce Sorry, before we do that, just want to let everybody know that this is a presentation to the board by Nexus for informational purposes. There will be a time for questions and community feedback at a later date. So they're just presenting their the information that they have for us. There's really no discussion or anything like that. So just want to keep that in mind. Okay.
Can I just add also that this is the first time the board is seeing this presentation?
Yeah, Adam did a nice job. Those of you that don't know, our district is looking at moving to referendum in April, and we've been working closely with Nexus Solutions and their team, and I can let them introduce themselves, but they are here tonight to walk us through some of our work that we've been working on for over a year now, and they'll explain a little bit about themselves and kind of where we're at as far as Bristol is concerned. And again, this is more informational to the board. We will have plenty of different times to have discussion with the community that where it's not an informational session to the board. So I will turn it over to Jeff Mangan from Nexus.
Okay. Okay, so I'll start over. No, I'm kidding. Let's see here. Hang on. Tony? I need to put this in present. Oh, there we go. Slideshow. Current slide. Okay. Okay, so Bristol's planning status. At Nexus, we have a very comprehensive planning process that we divide into different phases. The first phase is assessment. In other words, that's the time during which we identify the needs of the district, taking a look at what I mentioned before, educational adequacy and facility conditions or deferred maintenance. And the second phase is where we pull together solutions to address those particular problems. And we're doing that. We're making refinements, again, with administration, staff, and we will with the board even further. But we're bridging between assessment and solutions. We've got the technical solutions, again, the associated financial options, and we're in the current mode of district consultation as we describe it. There's other activities ahead, such as development of a survey for the community, community engagement sessions, and so forth. But we're moving to a point where once the board is comfortable with the solution from a technical, financial, and political standpoint, only then would we suggest moving forward with approval to go to referendum. Then implementation is comprised of public ratification of the referendum, which would give us the ability to start detailed design in terms of architectural and engineering needs, and then we would move towards construction. So that is where we're at in the process. We're right at the district consultation phase, and moving forward, in the coming weeks, we'll talk more about specifics about meeting with you. I know back in March, we talked about reviewing the reports we came up with. We haven't had the opportunity to do that, but we certainly look forward to that. So with that, I'll turn things over to Hans.
So I'm going to spend a brief minute kind of going back and explaining how we got to where we are. I'll start with talking about the technical solution, and Chris will follow up with that. But how did we get where we're at today? We started with a survey. We want to understand what the staff's pain points are. That was we asked 50 questions, total perception, 4 being good, 0 being low, and wanted to understand what their perception was regarding lighting, HVAC, stuffiness, general questions about the building. Does the building have the rooms they need? We presented a lot of this a couple months ago. I'm going to hit the high sections, keep it at a high level, but there's obviously all you guys have received a report then. I think, Corey, we owe you one since you've newly joined, but a lot of the details are in there. Starting with the learning environment. We found out, this area had a lot of the low ones. The facility doesn't have team teaching areas. It's got a lack of flexibility in student learning areas. So that could mean anything from flexible furniture to big, little, small rooms, even to proper monitors and technology to kind of do some of the flexible learning that the staff wants to do. Space needs, rank really poorly on having one-to-one learning spaces, there was a need for collaboration areas, more team teaching areas, exploratory learning, and we'll talk a little bit about that later, how we solve some of this. But in summary, there was some good feedback. Generally, folks felt safe and secure. There was good curb appeal. Everybody was welcoming, but the lowest scores really were in the space needs. This is the column on the right there. Having hands-on spaces, exploratory learning, I mentioned that. Indoor air quality was a big concern, and you'll see how we address that a little bit later. After that, we did interviews with several of the staff, and again, trying to find those pain points and what the priorities are. I want to spend some time going through this because Chris is going to talk a little bit more on how we solve these, but number one was improved wayfinding and circulation. If you folks know the building here, if you come into that front door, there's no good way to get from the front door to the middle school unless you take the scenic route around this gym, right? Alternatively, you can go through the cafeteria, and that's not a desirable and a clunky way to get through. So we've got a solution for that. Cafeteria size was a big issue. A lot of crowding there. Food service folks, there's only one serving line. We want to expand that. Frankly, we found a way to double that. So in conjunction with the larger cafeteria, improve that serving process and the throughput. Improved underutilized spaces. There's several areas here, particularly this front commons here in front of the district office behind me, that vestibule areas. They're just underutilized. And we'll talk a little bit about how this plan adds 10 to 20% student capacity of the building. And the way we achieved that was utilizing these spaces better in this plan, adding some more breakout spaces, potential learning areas. And it's not just those two places. There's other areas that are underutilized and really bring good improvement. Provide large group instruction area. There isn't a real good area for large group instruction. all staff meeting was one. There's kind of a makeshift room in the IMC working okay, but as part of this plan, we really want to solve that solution. Frankly, the solution is to, in that IMC, provide a dedicated barrier so that you can have a large group instruction, provide some flexibility with some mobile walls so that even students can go in there. Teachers can utilize that for smaller spaces if needed. Staff collaboration, enhanced flexibility and adaptability. I talked about that a little bit. Improved safety and security. I said that was a high point, but there's always room for improvement. One thing at the front office right now, you go through the vestibule, you check in at the window, and then you're off in the building. A true secured entrance sequence. You want to be able to check somebody in, have them approach the front desk, state what they're doing there, allow them to wait for folks to come down, or allow them to move into the building. So we've got a solution for that. Plan for future growth. Some folks were concerned about, what's the plan if we do need more students? So again, in the report, we've got a plan for where we would add classrooms if and when needed. Correct humidity problems. Generally throughout the building, we felt there's humidity problems early on. We know about that specifically in the middle school. I'll talk a little bit about that solution on the next slide here. Roof leaks, we've talked about that enough. And then updating the traffic circulation. I think Holly and the staff here have done a great job putting together a safe traffic plan for pickup and drop off, but there's still a little bit of buses and parents crossing paths. We've got a traffic circulation plan that will really improve that. So I'll talk about those facility condition assessment. Again, this is the infrastructure. We looked at from roofing to asphalt, from IT to HVAC. Again, there's probably 45 discrete bullet improvements in that report that we've addressed. I'm going to hit the most impactful one, in my opinion, here. Boilers, you've got a boiler room that have several boilers that are 25 plus years old. We can get more efficient boilers in there, newer boilers, reduce the operating costs for the school. There's a picture there of the windows. They're not supposed to be frosted like that. They've obviously lost their gasket, and it's not just one, it's several in the middle school, the elementary school. Provide new window shades, new clear windows, so when the teachers aren't presenting, we can enjoy some natural sunlight. Under that window picture is a unit ventilator. I talked about the humidity control. Unit ventilators are noisy units that teachers have to speak over. We want to get those out of there. Those are in several areas throughout the building, but specifically in the middle school, will have the biggest impact because that's a lower area and it's humid by nature. So we want to go to a traditional overhead air system. That's what we propose. And then lastly, interior finishes. There's a lot of areas, with the exception of the riser wing, there's a lot of areas that are just generally worn out. The picture in the lower left shows, it's hard to see here, but worn ceiling grid, sagging tiles, discolored tiles. So we want to, at this time, get these teachers and students what they deserve, an updated, modern learning environment. Educational adequacy, I'll let Chris handle.
Thanks, Hans. So educational adequacy, what is it? So it's really just the idea of making sure that we're understanding how the facility is meeting the needs of the teachers and the staff and the students, frankly, in regards to space and adjacencies and sizes of spaces, all the things in addition to what Hans said. It's really the structure of the spaces and how they're meeting the needs of education, and it includes even things as much as furniture. So it includes the built things as well as the flexible things within the spaces. What you see here is a diagram. So in addition to all of the other spaces and things that Hans mentioned, the areas in yellow are spaces that would receive some pretty significant remodeling or renovation within the proposed plan. And then the areas in the light blue space would be spaces that would be new additions to the building. So there's only a couple of small new additions. One is on the north side near the receiving, and that is to look at improving that receiving and making that a little bit more efficient in coordination with the kitchen. And then on the east side of the building, it would be taking some of that underutilized vestibule space on the lower side of the east side and really creating usable space that will make the building more efficient and effective all the way across. So you can see within this diagram, with the exception of the Rysick wing, there's a lot of yellow and blue. So there's some pretty significant impacts on every student that comes through the Bristol schools. And I'll just reiterate that what Jeff said, we've met with the staff. These diagrams are very, very similar to what the staff saw even as early as this week or as late as this week. And we're working on making sure those adjustments and the things we learned from the staff and the administration are updated as we move forward. So conceptually, here's a diagram of what the proposal holds right now. And it's really difficult. We could spend 45 minutes diving into this, and we'd love to do that at some point with the board. But really what we're talking about is a couple of really key areas. And I'll start at the top of the sheet in the red colors, the light red and the dark red. The light red is the cafeteria space. That space would get enlarged to allow for less congested seating, maybe some different kinds of table seating, and allow that space to potentially be used for other things other than just lunch, which would be critical into the use of the whole building. And then the maroon space next to that is an expanded kitchen. And a real big part of that is to obviously increase and make more efficient food production, but also really importantly to look at the serving lines and making sure that we can be more efficient in that. The less time we spend serving and having kids eat lunch, the more time educationally they have within the time they're here at the school. As we move towards the elementary wing, there's lots of things happening on that side. We have new kindergarten rooms that are a little bit larger than the typical classrooms, which will help and meets the regional standards. There's some flexible spaces. There is a new dedicated art space and a new dedicated STEAM or STEM room on the elementary side. And then that center core area of the elementary school would include some upgraded special ed spaces and some flexible spaces for different grade levels as they move around, in addition to staff workroom spaces and collaboration spaces. The yellow spaces along the north side corridor, right along the entry space of the current entry, are really student support spaces. So that's really intended to be building-wide services that students from all over the building can come and provide access to, and they can coordinate better than they're doing in some cases right now, based on the collaboration that they can have from a staff perspective. As we continue around the loop, the library would be completely updated with new workroom and finishes and circulation desks, furniture, things like that, that would really provide an opportunity for that library to meet the needs moving forward. We've got some new upgraded restrooms in the Rysick wing. We heard some needs from that perspective about restroom quantities and quality, and we basically doubled the size of those restrooms. And then we move around to the east side, we have a new boardroom, a dedicated boardroom that obviously can be used for the building, new district office space on that side, just to get it out of the center core of the building, and some additional gathering stairs and flexible learning environments within that area. Once again, making that east vestibule a lot more functional than it is right now and making it an effective educational space. And then finishing up in the middle school, we're taking this existing fairly underutilized space and making it a flexible space for the middle school program, and then taking the existing district office space and creating a STEM or STEAM lab for the middle school folks that can obviously be used by other kids and other students and staff in the building, but it provides an opportunity to enhance that curriculum from that perspective. We're also looking at the site. So the things that we're dealing with aren't just within the building, we're looking at the site. And what you see here is the north parking lot, and the idea that the north parking lot would be extended to the west. That would provide some better flow of traffic and a significant amount more of queuing space for parents dropping off and picking up, allowing kids to get in and out of cars without ever crossing traffic, and a lot more queuing space for that. And obviously some additional parking for the events that happen in the school. And on the south side of the campus, we're pulling the buses to the south side. So they would be coming in off of the west on that drive on your left, be coming through, they'd be looping around, having a dedicated space, they would be dropping off. There would be more hard surface play area in the back, renovated playgrounds and upgraded playground spaces. And then this space would be gated off on both the east and west side. That would provide opportunity to access of the site without ever crossing traffic by students and staff, in addition to some outdoor classroom spaces that would be available to students and staff on the campus as well. So it's important to know that where we are in the process, we have a long ways to go with a lot of input. But it's also important to know that in many cases, people don't know what they don't know. It's an opportunity for Bristol to take a step in a direction of improving educational spaces. And so what we've included are some benchmark images. And none of these, as I mentioned, are of Bristol because we haven't designed the solutions yet, but they are of different educational spaces that have been built and constructed, some renovation spaces, some new construction spaces over the last few years, and just shows some of the adaptability and flexibility that's built into educational spaces. Lots of things of interior glass that allow visual supervision and collaboration to happen between spaces is really important. And then also the idea of that gathering stair that mentioned, there's a couple of images there potentially of what that could look like. And really importantly, the idea of what the impact of furniture can have and the flexibility it can provide to the staff and students. Any questions on that part of things before we step to the next phase? Awesome.
Good evening. My name is Mike David. Chris and Hans have walked you through kind of the facility conditions and the educational adequacy opportunities. I guess I get the section that talks about where the rubber meets the road, kind of by the numbers. I want to reiterate that obviously we have went through things at a very high level tonight, trying to be respectful of everybody's time. We'll have plenty of opportunities over the coming months to dive into the details. But again, and we're going to continue that with the numbers section. First off is when we look at how many students do we have and how much space do we need? Based on information available from the Department of Public Instruction, the district's enrollment has been fairly flat over the last few years. Based on the most recent demographic study done, which was done by the Applied Population Laboratory based out of Madison, they had projected that from the time the study was done over the next decade, that enrollment would be anywhere from flat to a high end of a growth of about 200 students. So when we looked at that, we had said, what do we need to do with the facility? And based on the improvements that we're looking at here, we can increase the capacity by 15 to 20%. And that's not by cramming more kids into smaller spaces. It's about how do we use the existing space more efficiently. Part of what we tried to do was looking at the whole plan is what's the most cost-effective way to update the facilities in a very tax-efficient manner. And again, what we can do, or I want to show you that we're able to do that, and again, accommodate the growth that is projected over the next 5 to 10 years. If there was need for additional space beyond that, we have also identified how, with some small additions, we could even increase the capacity beyond that. If the capacity goes beyond that level, which again, none of the projections currently show, then it's a larger community discussion about possibly a second school. But again, the data doesn't show that yet. From a financial solution perspective, again, what we've shown, everything we've shown you so far is at a very high level. I believe the majority of you do have the report that we had submitted earlier this spring. In that report, we show everything itemized on a line item basis so that you can see not only what needs to be done, but what is the budget to make that improvement. Again, keeping in mind that all of the work would be competitively bid. What you're looking at are budgets. We look at the first thing when we look at paying for the plan, because we don't want to show you what it costs, but what's the best or most cost-effective way to pay for it. We look at how do we optimize existing funding sources. So are there parts of the plan that we'd be able to self-fund within the district's existing budget? And we have come up with a way to do some of that, which again, it's not huge, but it does reduce the tax impact on the local community. Our funding tools are also designed so that as you're picking and choosing and kind of building your own project, we'll guide you through it. But we have the tools that allows you to pick and choose. You can not only see what an item costs, but what is the impact on the local community. So again, you'll see both the upfront costs, but as well as the tax impact, which is very helpful in terms of making decisions. Furthermore, it isn't, we also want to look at how do we compare to our neighboring districts. And right now, I can tell you that tax-wise, you compare very favorably, but we will also show you again how you compare to each and every district around you, so that as you're getting questions from your constituents, you have the information necessary. Last but not least is, as I mentioned, everything we do, we are doing it in a way that we minimize the impact on the local community. And we'll show you how we do that as we work together in the coming months. The plan itself really addresses just about all of the square footage in the district that isn't currently new. When the way it's currently laid out, and again, there's been no decisions decided. Everything is in draft or pencil form yet. But really, the facility would either be new or like new when it's done. Right now, we're looking at modernizing educational spaces, creating hands-on labs, commonly known as STEAM labs, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. Looking at collaboration spaces for modern teaching and delivery approaches. Looking at, we talked about right sizing the cafeteria and special ed spaces. And what we mean by that is in some of our special ed spaces, you know, oftentimes in the past when it comes to special ed, they get whatever space is left over. And sometimes that's a closet and that's not appropriate. And sometimes it's an entire classroom and that's not appropriate. So what we want to have is the right space. And again, what we're talking about doing is looking at the entire facility and how do we optimize the space, make more efficient use of the space so that it works better for everybody. Looking at improving safety and security, as we talked about, improving air quality, which involves humidity, of course, which is important on a day like today. And lighting is always important, and optimizing energy and operational efficiency. We should also talk about, you know, correcting deferred maintenance. You walk around the school and you'll see the various buckets around the school. So obviously, there's certainly some needs there. The current project budget, and again, this is just based on the first cut at it, is at a little over $22 million. The savings potential, so when we talk about improving the energy and operational efficiency, so how can we create more energy savings? How do we make it more operationally efficient? And that doesn't mean reducing staff. What we're looking at is what are you spending on outside purchase goods and services, maintaining, continually repairing a roof that's failing, or repairing HVAC equipment that's beyond its useful life. Is there a way that we can reduce the amount of outside purchase goods and services to make the district more efficient? That number right now, and this was based on our studying your actual expenses, that number is $89,000. That's not a one-time savings, that's each and every year. The project is financed with, as a typical way that just about every Wisconsin school district finances their building projects with 20-year general obligation bonds. The attractive thing there is the financial model, and we've developed our own models. We've also worked very closely with the district's financial advisor, being Robert W. Baird. We've modeled it with an interest rate of 3.25%. If you were to finance it today, that number would be closer to 2.25%. So interest rates are extremely attractive on tax-exempt general obligation bonds. And keep in mind that that's locked in for that entire 20-year period. The historical rate on those bonds is between 4.5% and 5%. So how long are they going to stay down? Obviously, no one knows. But it is a very, very attractive time for schools to make facility improvements because money is definitely cheap. That's one of the reasons you see a lot of districts considering projects. The net tax impact, again, keep in mind that this is just in draft form right now, but is estimated at $2.50 a month or $30 per year per $100 or per $100,000 of home value. Okay, and again, as we work through the improvements, add things in or take things out, that number, the tools we have will automatically update that number for you. With that, I'll turn it back to Jeff.
There's a 2-slide warning. I know we're a little bit over our time, so timeline and next steps. Our process began in earnest back in February of last year. We presented our preliminary analysis to the board. I'm not sure why it's not advancing. There we go. So the preliminary analysis was presented to the board that enabled you to approve a project development agreement that in turn gave us the authority to conduct a comprehensive audit, which is complete. We're consulting with the administration of the board. We'll expand to, conduct community outreach in the way of a survey, other community engagement sessions. But again, know that until you're comfortable with the whole plan and we feel the community is behind it, would we look to suggest that you approve a board resolution to go to referendum, and the date by which you need to do that is January 25th of 2022. And at that point, we would begin a comprehensive referendum campaign, which we won't discuss now, but in the near future. And then, assuming the public approves the project, start design and begin implementation. So in summary, we're pulling together a comprehensive plan that addresses modernization of learning areas, improves safety and security, provides desperately needed infrastructure renewal that results in energy efficiency that enables you to keep more of your money and put it into the building versus give it to the public utility companies and fix and repair companies. We'd rather invest that into the facility, keep the dollars in the district. So as Mike said, your local taxes are below average, and we'll illustrate that in the coming weeks. We're creating an affordable plan that provides better learning environments, and that's, after all, the ultimate goal of this whole process. And why now? It's because the needs exist, and waiting only means that they're going to get more expensive. You've got rising interest rates, construction inflation, and we see it all the time. Just by delaying things, it only makes it more expensive down the road. So with that, are there any questions?
For all of this. This is when you ask for questions, you're asking questions for the community.
When you review the outline items, as we know, like with COVID and whatnot, costs rose substantially, and whatnot. So on everything you propose, is there a must-have or absolutely will do list compared?
Must-have or absolutely will do list compared to a wish list, I guess, where if funds start to dry up, that's over here, but these absolutely must be done.
I think that that's something we need to work through. The easy answer is yes. We need to work for the next probably month and a half. I think that's the next presentation, the detailed presentation. Roll up our sleeves a little bit, get into the details. But yes, the answer is yes, there is.
Yeah, you were talking about the general obligation bond. Now, what was I didn't hear what was the historic rate versus the current rate?
The historic rate on general obligation bonds, 20-year bonds, is called 4.5%.
And what's it now currently?
Pardon?
What's it currently now?
It obviously fluctuates daily, but right now it's
What's
about
it been tracking the last year or so?
And it'd be anywhere between 2 and 2.5.
Okay.
It's kind of
is there any expectations or anything you guys have heard relative to those interest rates going up, or what are they kind of tied into from a state standpoint?
There's so many variables there that impossible to predict. Even April is not that far out, but working with Baird, we've basically built 75 to 100 basis points, so about 1% interest into the financial models to be conservative.
Okay. All right.
As we get closer to the referendum date, if April happens to be the date, we would continue to refine that number. But right now, we've got about 1% built in to account for a potential increase.
Is that obligation bond, is that interest rate tied to any other indices like, prime, or is that a completely different? I'm just trying to think, is there something it tied to from an indices, from an economical standpoint that I can look at? I mean, I know that Corey asked the question about COVID and those buildings are more expensive, blah, 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 blah. But I'm just trying to get an idea of that interest rate and how much it's going to go up. And
yeah, well, once it's locked in, it's locked in.
Well, yeah, right, yeah.
Yeah. Prior to that, I guess I'm not that well versed on it.
Okay, all right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep, that's good. Just a quick comment, by the way, because it is a common thought, is that during COVID, costs went up because people think lumber costs are going up, and they are, okay? Residential costs skyrocketed, ironically, in the commercial sector, because the private sector stopped any project that's possibly good because of all the unknowns. Costs initially went down. They pulled back. Now, since then, they have rebounded because we've got, a big challenge is like steel. There's a 45-week lead time on steel. It's massive. So costs are projected to go back up, but nobody knows, is it just going to be a spike and come down or what? But like I say, initially during COVID, we found costs we would normally have for each trade. We'd normally have three to four contractors bidding each trade, so electrical, mechanical, et cetera. We were having 8 and 10 bid all of our projects. And put in perspective, I mean, we were opening 29 schools this week between Minnesota and Wisconsin. So I mean, we had projects going everywhere. We saw pretty consistent. Historically, the inflation rate for construction runs about 5%. It's like 4.93%. But it's higher than the average inflation rate. But historically, it's about 5%. Some years it's 0, some it's 7. We could be in a little higher period right now where we're monitoring that, but I don't think anybody expects it to last too long. It's just there are some, because the lead times are all goofed up on everything. So that helps.
I'm good. Thank you.
Yep. Other questions?
I just had a comment more than a question. I know we've talked about this in the past, but you kind of mentioned in here about the cafeteria space. Mm-hmm. It's not just about cafeteria space, right? The cafeteria right now, it's not even big enough for our current student population. And I know you had talked about possibly 200 more kids added within the next decade. Mm-hmm. But it's just not adequate for what it is right now, correct?
Right. Correct. And if you want to go into detail on this, Chris certainly can, but you have a couple of issues. One, I think equally big is the actual kitchen and serving space, at least suggesting, again, the board has ultimate say, but is redesign the kitchen in such a way that the children can be served faster so they spend less time waiting in line, because kids in line isn't always a good thing. And also time is valuable. So let's either give them more time to eat or more time to learn. So again, just so they're not wasting time standing in line. So the idea is be able to serve them faster, but then also expand the amount of space so that everyone has a place to sit down.
Right. Yeah, I know that cafeteria space has really limited our scheduling. Just having a small space. That's why our kids start eating lunch at 10:30, and that's why it's so packed. So even something simple as small as not enough cafeteria space can really seep into educational offerings that we can or cannot provide our students. So I just want to make sure that
you're spot on, and it's huge with demands on schools today of what they're all required to teach. Let's make sure that the building doesn't inhibit that. It should support that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions? I mean, I think it is worth noting, if you remember a few years ago, we were sitting here with a huge deficit. It was 300. I can't remember. It was a couple of years ago.
We're at about $500,000 deficit.
Right. And then you hear tonight we have balanced our budget, and we added $382,000 to our fund balance. So that is definitely a bonus for our community, for the taxpayers, for the district as a whole. So it's my 2 cents. I don't have questions. So we went through this when I was at Central last year. So this was all very similar. But so I don't have, any other board members have questions? Sue?
Yes. Tonight, knowing that you have a full agenda was really and the fact that we haven't had an opportunity to talk with you since I think it was April or May or March or April. Tonight was just to give you kind of an overview of where we're at. I believe in the coming months, we've got some more sessions with your teaching staff, and then we're going to be working with the board. Administration is going to be setting that up where we have to roll up our shirt sleeves and have some work sessions. And yes, we will provide you the information so you have all the detail, you can take notes, all that sort of thing. Absolutely. Yep.
All right. Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you guys so much for your time, and we appreciate you as always.
Our pleasure.
All right, that brings us to number 8, public comments. We did have you sign in. If I know there's a bunch of people who came in late, so if you are planning to speak and didn't have an opportunity to sign up, we will let you go at the after we get through the list. Just a couple of things to keep in mind. Members of the board may ask questions for clarification. Members of the board may ask questions for clarification and briefly discuss the matter as permitted in accordance with state statutes, but may not take an action on any item unless it is on the agenda. All visitors are asked to identify themselves before speaking in accordance with board policy. Each individual will be allocated 3 minutes. Per district policy 0167.3, all comments are to be directed to the board and not to staff or other participants. No person may address or question board members individually. The chair of this meeting does have the right to have participants be interrupted, warned, have their statement terminated, or be removed from the meeting if that participant does not observe reasonable decorum, or if their statement is abusive, obscene, personally directed, or irrelevant. The board understands this topic is a sensitive and unfortunately a divisive one. It is imperative that everyone in this room be respectful of each other's opinions. I also want to remind everyone that you may not interrupt another community member or board member while they are speaking. We will now start public comments in the order that community members sign up on the sheet provided. As I had said before, if you did not get the opportunity to sign up to speak, you may have that opportunity once we get through the sign up list. And a reminder that you have 3 minutes. Okay. All right. First on our list is Nicole Atkins. For those of you listening virtually, we're having some slight technical problems.
I think we got it.
All right. I'm ready. Can I go? Okay, like I said, my name's Nicole. My daughter is in 8th grade here. And I'm here to keep our school mask optional. I came with facts. I'm not gonna tell you what political party I vote for, what news channel I watch. Currently in Kenosha County, our current cases out of the entire population of almost 170,000 people, we have about 200 positive cases, which is 0.00123%. In our town of Bristol, 4,500 people live here. We have 10 active cases, which is 0.0022%. And if you look at the Kenosha County Health Department website is where I'm getting my information, of the positive cases within our county, 70% of those are asymptomatic. So of our 10 friends and family that live in our community, 7% of those people who are positive have no symptoms. So I'm asking to remain mask optional based on facts, not a political agenda, not a media frenzy that they're trying to create for us. When we are subjected to fear, it induces stress. And when we live in a constant state of stress, it compromises our immune system and it doesn't work as well as it should because we're living in a constant state of stress. I don't want my daughter to come to school and live in a constant state of stress because she has to live in fear of not having her mask on and what kind of repercussions are going to come from not having her mask on properly, not being able to socialize or participate in different activities because you have to be masked to do so, or if you're not masked, you can't participate. I would really just hope we look at the facts and what's happening in our county. If not even 1% of our population in our own town and in our entire county is positive, why do we have to wear masks? It doesn't seem like this is something that we need to be afraid of. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mike, starts with a K. All right, thank you.
My name is Mike Korzik. I'm another concerned parent. I'm for the mask optional. I agree with everything she said. I have nothing else. She said it all for me. So I look around, just driving around and looking around at people. I mean, we all socialize without our mask on, and you look at a lot of people here, they don't have their masks on. So I have 2 children here, and they're in 4th and 5th. 4th, 3rd and 4th. I don't even remember. I don't know. It's going by fast. So anyways, I'm for mask optional. I would like some normalcy to my children and less stress. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Lauren Jonas.
Hello, my name is Lauren Jonas. From my understanding, after listening to the board workshop 2 days ago, you've decided to honor your decision to start out the school year optional. But just to speak again on the subject, here's just a couple quick things. As you know, several local corporations have been mandating the vaccine. So I know at my company, the deadline for your first dose is September 20th. So I'm hoping that with this influx of vaccines, we'll get to our herd immunity. Right now, we're 53% in Kenosha County who's gotten at least their first dose. 48% is fully vaccinated. But with the mandate deadlines approaching quickly and the Pfizer vaccine now FDA approved, I'm hoping that with the low numbers that Nicole just said and the vaccines spiking, that'll help our case here too. Our school did a great job last year, as you guys mentioned, and then summer school too. Even with the new COVID variants, I think that we can keep a handle on it, hopefully. And as you guys have said, you're going to keep revising this and take a look at it as necessary. So 2 weeks ago, you voted optional for face coverings, and I want to thank you for attempting this. It gives our kids the opportunity to start the school out a little more normal. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe all of our neighboring schools are optional too. I don't know, maybe Salem just had theirs, but it seems like all these boards are going through this tough decision as well. And I recognize that this is a very tough decision for the board. I feel like majority of the community and staff and administration, like I said, maybe majority, is as well for optional. So you're not alone, even though you're ultimately making the decision. Majority stand behind it. So thank you guys.
All right, Tara Quist.
Hello, my name is Tara Quist, and I'm an employee with the school, and more importantly, a parent of 2 kids that are students here. I have my son is going to be in 4K, and my daughter is going into 3rd grade. With my son, if he had to wear a mask here, it would be a joke. It would be on top of his head or under his chin or out in the foyer. So that's kind of funny. But my daughter, I'd asked her about some of the struggles or if she liked wearing her mask for school, you know, with this coming up tonight. And she said that it makes her face hot and it's hard to breathe. It's also hard for her to hear her friends. Or it's hard for her to speak up in her class too. And she's a very shy, meek, timid girl. So when she said that, it got me thinking, if it's hard for her to, you know, speak up for her teacher to constantly call her, how is that affecting her learning too? You know, she's scared to ask questions, maybe because she has to repeat herself constantly with having to wear that. And I would be all for it if I could find stuff scientifically that it was proven to do good. But when she had said that, it just made me think I need to say my bits. And I know too that with wearing the mask, we can't see what's going on under the mask. I have no idea if you guys are sticking your tongues out at me, yawning, chewing with your mouth open, you know, and how that affects kids is way more, you know, detrimental to their growth than us as adults. You know, we have much more thick skin. So I think that if we, you know, underestimate the impact of wearing masks, that it would just be a huge disservice to our kids. And then the kids that can't speak up and say that they're too scared to talk to their teachers or ask questions because of wearing the mask. And I know from working here, the school has great protocols in place for cleaning, and I feel confident sending my kids here mask-free that we're all going to be safe. So I am for optional mask wearing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, Sarah Stringer.
Hi, I'm Sarah Stringer. I'm start with I have a son here who's in 4th grade. Will be going in 4th grade, and so to me, face coverings are a personal decision, and certainly families and individuals should maintain their ability to make this decision unique to their circumstance, for sure. But I do question the long-term mental and emotional stigma of what's going on with our children today. We had never had this happen to us before. So think about it. We're going uncharted territory with their emotions. So can you imagine? They see you as leaders, see us as leaders. But I'm questioning if they really realize, you know, what's going on. So again, I'm a school counselor too, and a parent. I teach K through 5th grade in my school, and I help kids identify or discern their emotions. So I help identify, work through their emotions, help them realize that, you know, they can speak with their mind, you know, and how does that work? You know, I do curriculum with them. I help them through the curriculum, like zones of regulation or second step. So the kids, there's many different kids in many different categories. Some of them are troopers. They come with their masks on. They go through the emotions because they're told to, and they do it. And there's another category who come with it. They're told to do it, and they question, well, okay, I'm just going to go through what I need to do, but you don't know what's behind their mask. And then I have a category that I work with the kids specifically who are questioning why they have this mask on. And we have to tell them, well, because it's COVID, you know, and now, wait a second. We flip like fishes, basically. One moment they tell us the data this way, and then now we have to say we have to put our masks on or off. So I'm watching the kids used with students I work with this year, many of them, I should say. I'm going to tell her, pulled her in my office. I did a scale to help her identify how she feels. Oh, sorry. Okay. And it was really hard for her to address this. But I worked with her the whole year, and I had to help give the parents extra support. I guess my point is that normalcy is really hard for these kids. And long-term, we really need to think about what we're doing. Addressing masks long-term, I don't think it's in the benefit of kids. And we really have to look at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Craig. The last name starts with an L.
Hi, it's Craig Lesbrunts. We recently moved into this community from a place where we didn't have a voice or a say. So I do appreciate the board voting at the last meeting to have it optional for the parents to send their kids to school without masks. We have several children that'll be in the school this year. And please bear with me as I rattle off just some stats so you can see why I think it should be optional. Per the data from the Wisconsin Department of Health from January through August 15th of 21, there's been approximately 3,800 confirmed cases of COVID in Kenosha County. This equates to approximately 514 cases per month. And so far in 2021, there's been approximately 15 confirmed COVID-related deaths in Kenosha County. Now, if you look at some other data in regards to the Wisconsin Department of Transportation, Kenosha County averages about 4,100 vehicle crashes per year for the last 5 years. If we assume there's 1.5 people involved per car crash, because sometimes there's 2 people in a vehicle or more than 1 vehicle involved, that equals about 6,100 people affected by vehicle crashes in Kenosha County per year. That's 512 per month. And so far, there's 11 fatal traffic crashes in Kenosha County. So if we use the same COVID logic and apply it to motor vehicle crashes, we would start mandating that the sheriff or the state patrol only allow us to drive a certain amount of miles per week to keep us within an acceptable range as to reduce the possibility of being involved in a fatal car crash. And if we drive or ride in a vehicle, we should probably implement safety procedures like NASCAR, where we have roll cages, fire protectant suits, multi-point safety harnesses, roof flaps, and also window nets to keep us from being ejected from our car in case seatbelts don't work. So we ask ourselves, where does it stop? Do we continue to listen to the fear that's spread in the news and on social media? Or do we get our heads out of the sand and take some time to actually look at the data? Don't just look at graphs that seem to show massive hikes, because we've all learned from a very young age, anyone can manipulate graphs to make things seem worse than they actually are or to fit their agenda. I implore you to allow the parents to continue to decide what's best for their own children's mental, emotional, and physical well-being by allowing masks to be optional for the entire school year. Otherwise, we're dangerously close to becoming a nanny state, which most people here do not want to occur. Thanks for your time and your dedication to making our children have the best education possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, Brian Bean.
Hello, board. I see my picture on camera there. And they say the camera adds 10 pounds, but it looks like 10 cameras. The reason I'm here tonight is obviously I want the board to respect the parents on the decisions they make for their kids. I'm not satisfied with the legality. You know, I've emailed the board about this, and there are statutes that discuss the powers of the school board. And in those powers, specifically 118.001, it states that the school board must act within state and federal law. And we all know the governor's Evers, we all know that case, but if the governor can't force masks on everybody, the school board has no legal authority to do it either. There is another section, 120.13 of the, talks about safety and that kind of thing. And in those statutes, there are no statutes that say you can put a medical device, force a medical device on a child. So with that, I'm confident the board's going to move to an optional thing, but I do question the legality of it from the beginning. And if as we go through, I know some of the members talk about numbers from the CDC and recommendations and that kind of thing. DPI, those are just recommendations. Those organizations have no legal authority over us, their recommendations. So you can recommend, you cannot mandate. And the mandates can happen through emergency powers, section 323 of the state statutes. And the school board does not have such authority to issue emergency status. That's to states, cities, counties, villages, and towns. So respect the community. And I think you guys do. I think you're starting to get it. You know, Nexus made a good presentation, and these fine folks here tonight have made an excellent presentation as well. And I hope you listen to them as much as you listen to Nexus. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Travis Smith.
All right. Welcome to the show. I find it funny that in a smaller room at the last board meeting, there was no mask being worn by any other school board, but in a bigger room there is. This is a show, and we are sick of it. This has to stop. You guys have no legality to tell us what to do with our kids. You send your kids to birthday parties with no mask on, but bring them to an open house with a mask on. You're a scientist. Follow the science. We've heard that for the last year. Follow the science. The science shows that there is harm in wearing masks for kids. Florida University just did a study on it. The pathogens that are found in masks are deadly and harmful to these kids. Follow science. Do what is right. Stop following people on what they tell you to do. Do what is right. The community has spoken. Everyone is here. Everyone is tired of being here. We are the only school board in this county that don't get along. This is crazy. Let's get along. Where's the power? Where do you get off on power? Where's it coming from? What does it do for you? I don't get it. Mask optional pleases everybody. Get along.
Okay, thank you. Lori Schroeder.
Hello, my name is Lori Schroeder, and I am coming to you as a concerned parent. Not for masks. I want my mask to be optional, because when I approached you, did anyone know if I was smiling, if I was sad, if I was sticking my tongue out or chewing with my mouth open? No one could understand that. Can you understand me clearly? With my mask on. But you can now, and you can see that I'm smiling. I am proud to be a Bristol parent. I have a third grader, and I have a new 4K'er. She is terrified when people approach her that are this big, and mom is a short girl, okay? But you get by a little 36-inch nugget looking up at somebody big with a big mask covering her face. She can't hear you. She can't see if you're smiling. You're scary, okay? If you're smiling at her, she can see your face. She responds positively to that. The students need to be able to see their teacher's face. They need to be able to hear their teachers during class. If the teacher so chooses to wear a mask, that is her choice or his choice. Parents have spoken, the community has spoken. We want masks optional. We have a right to choose for what is best for our family and our children's health and well-being. Over the summer, I babysit kids of all ages, all different schools. They were all excited about coming to my house because they didn't have to wear a mask. Over the summer school, the children went to school here with no masks, and there were no issues. Many people have brought up lots of statistics and lots of information. That is what we need to look at. What is the data? What is it showing? It is not showing us what we thought it could be a year ago. It's proven to be, yes, deadly and serious for some, as with influenza. But again, as with influenza, families have the right to choose. My 8-year-old did not want to return, and I apologize, I just realized I still have my gum in my mouth. My 8-year-old did not want to return to school if masks were mandated. I'm sorry, okay. And as previously pointed out, it's hard to understand. It really is when you have a mask on. So as a parent and the community, I'm asking that you choose and continue to choose masks being optional. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Rory Frankie. Okay.
Hi, Rory Frankie, lifelong resident of Bristol. I hope that you guys go with the optional on the mask. My son was in 4K last year. He's in kindergarten this year. Last year when I picked him up from school periodically, taking him from the front of the building to the truck, his mask would be sopping wet. And I don't need to be a doctor to know that that is not good. There's a reason why we exhale as humans to get rid of the bad stuff in our system, because otherwise we wouldn't exhale. Also, with the social aspect of it, with the lockdown and the kids at home and with the mask on, as others have said about it, covering their faces up and not being able to see whether they're happy or even angry or sad, just being able to see their eyes is not enough. with the social media and the computer dividing the interactions of youth today compared to 10 years ago before smartphones were invented has really hurt the social skills of these kids. And this is not helping. So concluding, I just hope you guys go with what it has been with the option. I'm not gonna, if someone wants to wear a mask, then so be it. But I don't feel like I need it. And I don't feel like my child needs it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Larry Hale.
Huh? Yeah, Larry Hale. I want to welcome the board or talk to the board. For one thing, right off the bat, I think you guys all need to get a Mr. Microphone so we could all hear you better. But the thing is my kids are grown up, but now I'm a grandpa and my granddaughter's coming here now. And the thing is if you follow the science says you wear a mask, but you better take that mask off every hour and throw it away because it's no good anymore. And the thing is that these kids, I mean, they don't wear them right anyways. And usually they're sucking on them and they're full of water. They got runny noses and that don't help. I mean, a mask, if you want to use a mask for a security blanket, if your parent wants to do that, that's fine. But as far as telling us what to do, how to raise our kids is wrong. And just remember one thing, you guys work for us and we're trying to make the best we can about our kids. So that's all I got to say.
Okay, thank you. Rich, is it Hefferkamp? Hefferkamp? Rich?
He was sitting over there.
Okay. Yeah. There's only like one more. Lauren Zimmer?
Hello, my name is Lauren Zimmer. The board may or may not remember me, but I did come up and speak at the May board meeting. I came and talked about he turned 5 last week, 4-year-old son who my husband and I were able to choose to keep home last year. And it was primarily over the mask mandate. He's 4 years old. One, I didn't have an interest in doing virtual with a 4-year-old if needed, but also the mandate. It was something that we felt we weren't going to compromise on. It wasn't something that I wanted to force on my child. And I didn't quite honestly feel like he was young enough to consent to it, nor was I going to be able to teach him, hey, this is what consent is later in life, if he were to refer back to that. So here we are today, and he is registered to start kindergarten next Thursday. We attended open house yesterday. He found his way around the school. And that is my hope, that he will be able to start Thursday, because we are in a position that if need be, if masks were to move forward with being mandatory, that we would keep him home again and would pursue alternative options. There will be families that won't have that option. There will be people that will create a struggle for, and there will be people that will have to compromise their own convictions if masks were to move forward mandatory. So I just hope that the board hears this, hears the parents that are speaking to move forward with it optional. And I just hope that you move forward and allow the parents to have that choice for their own children. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody that signed up that I missed?
Very
I do
last
have a
page.
J. What's
Very
that?
Last page. We want to make sure we went last.
You're just like some of my high schoolers here. Before we get to this, I do have, there's somebody they just put J. That was it. Just the letter J. I don't know if anybody.
Down at the very bottom, just in case we.
Okay. All right. Brian.
Hello, I'm Brian Ishii. I have always lived my life with the philosophy of live and let live. I can no longer live with that philosophy. After attending the board meeting on August 10th and watching the meeting on August 23rd, and I'm excited to see the comments from this board tonight. But however, due to the actions and comments of certain board members during those meetings, it is now obvious that the time for reasoning and the time for act is over and the time for action is now. There's a very important passage containing the Declaration of Independence that states, but when a long train of abuses and usurpations pursuing invariably the same object evinces a design to reduce them upon absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and provide new guards to secure the future. John F. Kennedy was once quoted saying, life is never easy. There's work to be done and obligations to be met. Obligations to truth, justice, and liberty. Theodore Roosevelt, in his first inaugural speech, said, the only fear that we have to fear is fear. Fear itself, nameless, unreasoning, unjustified terror, which paralyzes the efforts to convert retreat into advance. Fear is what's currently being promoted and trying to dictate decisions made by this board. We will not let your fear take away our rights and dictate our future. Ronald Reagan once said, when you can't make them see the light, make them feel the heat. Okay? Decisions made by this board are being made without accountability and liability. For too long, politicians and bureaucrats have been hiding behind laws and policies created to protect themselves. This is going to change. Accountability of elected officials starts here and now. Those of you who allow fear and only fear to dictate your decisions, I respectfully request your resignations of your positions. If you do not resign, your tenure will come to an end. All right, sorry. We will replace you with individuals that are leaders, not followers, who respect parental rights and can lead without fear. You are on notice. Until that time of your removal, you will be held accountable and liable for their decisions. Trent Smith will explain how you'll be held accountable and liable. Thank you.
All right, Trent Smith.
Well, that'll be a fun one to follow. All right, my name's Trent Smith. There is no mask mandate in the state of Wisconsin. Kenosha County does not have the authority to enforce a mask mandate, and as such, there is not presently any active efforts to do so. Without a path forward and absent legislation and action, a mask mandate in Kenosha County would be all but unenforceable. Recommendations from the CDC and the Wisconsin Health Department and COVID-19 infection control and mitigation measures for Wisconsin schools to 21 and 22 carry no weight of law. Mask mandates are grossly overlooking the abuse of our constitutional rights as Americans. It is perfectly clear that politicians, scientists, health and medical professionals, school systems, law enforcement, and legal systems, employers are all guilty of violating our constitutional rights, state laws, and local laws. As we respect the rights of others to wear a mask, we expect the same respect in return. If the board wishes to continue to push the requirement of wearing a mask, each board member will be presented with a facial covering, counseling representation, professional qualification, and liability document. We will have all available parents here tonight and anyone else that's willing to or wants one. We will provide them to them. A liability letter for each child in their home will be given to them upon their request. This letter of liability will be sent to each of the board members who votes for a mask mandate. We urge you to comply with the rights provided in the Constitution, the state laws, and local laws. We urge you to advise the children that they have rights as well to refuse or to wear masks as their parents so choose. And we ask you to please remain optional for the entire school year and no more of this every single month having to come up here and do this. The continued discussion regarding mask mandates is mute unless you are willing to take full financial liability for any adverse effects from our children wearing the masks. We do not do this out of any kind of malice intent, but only for the well-being of our children and our constitutional rights. The law protects parents and our parental rights. Therefore, we will not fail to take the maximum action permissible under the law against your organization and against you guys personally. Also, as a side note, I would also like you guys to, at the next board meeting, address the policy 5310 and what it has written in it. It is unacceptable to be written as it is now, and it needs to be changed immediately. And with that, thank you. God bless you all, and God bless America.
Okay, thank you. Just an FYI, we are looking at that policy. Sorry, the policy that Trent brought up, we are planning to look at that. So we will keep you informed, okay?
I wanted to add, it will be at our policy committee meeting, the next one that we bring. It will be at the next policy committee meeting that we discuss 5310. It won't be at a regular board meeting, but it will be brought to a regular board meeting for action.
I guess I can. Yeah, it will be brought up we have a policy committee meeting, which is the first step of reviewing policy. I'm actually meeting with Neola, which is our representatives that help us write our policy. They have already put out a message to all district administrators throughout the state that they are reviewing the policy. And on September 10th, I will meet personally with them and get their recommendation and bring that back to our policy committee for review. Thank you.
All right, Jessica Smith. Good. All right. I did see a couple of other hands. Is there somebody else who did not sign up? Okay. Just make sure you state your name beforehand, please.
My name is Dulcie Schaff, and my grandson and granddaughter attend this school. I have a question for you, actually, and I know Brian addressed it before, but I would also want to ask the board, are you to follow federal and state laws? That's my question. Why can't you answer?
Now's the time for public comment.
Okay, then I will use it as a question.
Yeah, it's not a back and forth, sorry.
Okay. Brian stated before about state and federal laws, if you're to follow them. And again, some of the gentlemen mentioned about our amendments, our U.S. Constitution, the First Amendment. But I also want to know exactly how many students come here or attend this school, because there also is a statute, a Wisconsin statute 448.03, and it's talks about if a face mask is designated by the FDA as a medical device, only a medical doctor can diagnose the sick and recommend that someone wear a mask is practicing medicine without a license and is in violation of Wisconsin Statute 448.03. Practicing medicine without a license is a misdemeanor or a felony with up to 3 years in prison and a $10,000 fine. So what I would like to know is if you want to pay that fine, if you force our kids. And thank you for making them optional. So I would suggest do not make them a forced thing. Also, when you go out wherever you go, are you not able to choose for your children, for yourself, where you're to go to eat? Nobody tells you where to go, correct? So you should not be telling us what to do with our children and grandchildren. Something else I want to read, and I don't know if any of you go to church. It would be wonderful if you did. But there is a verse in the Bible. It's Luke 17:2. And what it says, and it's talking about children. It would be better for him or her if a millstone were hung around his neck and he were thrown into the sea than he would cause one of these little ones to stumble. And that's children. So by doing this, or hopefully you won't, you will cause them to stumble. And our Creator is watching. And you all will have to make amends with him for that. That's important. The second story I want to tell you, as I told you about my grandson, that he was yelled at and put on the wall because he was pulling down his mask. My granddaughter, 4K, went to school here, graduated 4K. I could not even come and see her, and her parents were requested to send their driver's license because they didn't even know what the parents looked like. That's pathetic. Pathetic. Because they couldn't. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else? Last call for public comments. Okay. I want to thank everyone for voicing your opinion. So we are going to move on to number 10, COVID protocols, including mask and face coverings for the 2021-2022 school year.
I'm really going to have to stand up and speak loudly in this part. Can you use that microphone?
So we can't because
it's a what?
That's why they're not mic. We have a live feed going, and that double feed, if that boost, it's going to create a huge feedback in the system.
He's going to have to do something because we can't hear him, and this is why we can't.
I'm sorry, guys. We have to have live feed going. That's to come from north.
You want to sit up here? Sit up here.
We have to respect them as well.
The whole front row is available.
Right here. Okay. Thank you.
You guys feel what you're doing?
Yep, we will.
standing up gonna help. I don't know if it's gonna help me any. Okay. Number 10, COVID protocols, including masks, face coverings for the 2021-2022 school year. Jack will have Jack present his recommendation. We did discuss a lot of this on Monday night. So I will turn it over to Jack.
First of all, I've got about 15 years of football coaching experience, so I'm hoping that there's not an issue with my volume. If you need me to speak louder, just give me the thumbs up. But a lot of times people tell me to be quiet before they tell me to talk louder. So I will try my best. It's a longer document, but I will try my best to keep my volume loud for everybody in attendance, as well as clear for those of you listening at home or through YouTube and the other platforms. What I'm going to have Mrs. Medina do at this time is she will pull up the actual document. What we did was, and I'll give you all just a little bit of a history on the document, is we met, I know, I believe August 10th. And just my personal feeling as district administrator was that we, as a board and as an administrative team, didn't have a lot of discussion that night. We had a lot of emotion going on, and we didn't get into, and honestly didn't even get into some very crucial topics of discussion, like visitors in the building, like quarantine procedures and things like that. So what I did was I brought it back to my administrative team. We discussed our reentry plan from last year and compared it to what we wanted it to look like this year. At that point, we then brought that to the board on Monday night, this past Monday night, and had over 3 hours of discussion, I think, a very positive discussion as to through all of those things on what we were looking for as far as that reentry plan goes. So it's much more detailed than it was a few weeks ago when we were meeting in the library, just for those specifics, so that when I know I have a board approved document tonight, I will give my word that this will be out, as Ali shakes her head at me, but no, as this will be out tomorrow, as soon as tomorrow, so that parents and community members and our staff knows where we stand as a district and what the expectations are for our students, our staff, and our community members within this building. So I will give you that word that we will work hard tomorrow to do that, so that we know, obviously, that school will be starting a week from today, believe it or not, and that we are behind the 8 ball as far as timing is concerned. But we will give you our word that after this document is approved tonight, that will be communicated with you all and everybody tomorrow right away. So first of all, what we did was just wrote a brief introduction, and I know it's very hard to see. I don't know if you can work it on the Zoom here. But what I will do is what we discussed on Monday was a lot of different things. What I had done, what the board had asked myself and Mrs. Medina to do was to go back and add some certain things that I had originally brought to the table. So anything that you see in red is all that I will go through tonight, because I'm under the assumption, if the board is okay with that anything that is in black we are okay with. The things that are in red are the things that we discussed Monday night in detail, and they are in draft form because I brought them from you after you had asked me to add them. Okay, so just first of all, we wrote an introduction saying Bristol School District Number 1 would like to express our thanks to students, staff, families, and community members for their resilience over the past year. Together, we weathered, united, and overcame to the best of our ability. As we continue on, the effectiveness of this plan continues to rely strongly on the individual's personal responsibility to monitor their health and the health of their children. The process of the 2021-22 modified reentry plan is to be a flexible guide that will be reassessed and will change and reinforce close collaboration with local, state, and federal school and health agencies to closely monitor the state of the pandemic throughout Wisconsin and specifically Bristol's community. As I go through this, if you see something, would you like me to stop at each page, board, or would you like me to continue to go until you have a question? I can do it either way, or per each heading. Does anybody go until somebody stops me? Yep. Okay. The first recommendation from the board under cleaning and sanitizing was to add the statement cleaning and sanitizing training will be provided to new staff. I think we were all in agreement that would be something that would be beneficial. Okay, moving on to
under cleaning and sanitizing. I know we kind of skimmed over that a little bit at the last meeting, but I did touch base with you and it asked about the spraying equipment. So can you please explain that a little bit further, just for the people at home and here, obviously, that maybe don't understand what that is or hadn't seen it this past year?
Sure. So the question was, can you explain a little bit about the sanitation equipment? We obviously have very traditional sanitation equipment where we have more manpower that is using specific spray bottles and things like that would wipe off tables that are in high traffic areas. We are asking parents to give sanitary wipes, Clorox wipes and things like that for things like desks, computers, all of those type of things. But then in addition to that, our custodial staff, and I don't really know how to explain them other than they almost look like a Star Wars type of device, but there are actual, different cleaning devices that they can go into a room and sanitize a room, that we would do that in the evenings after everybody is out. They would use that sanitation device to sanitize the entire room before they had moved on to the next one. So we do have those devices at our disposal here in the building and would continue to use those. Okay. Quarantining provisions. When possible, students will travel in homerooms and remain in their classroom to minimize exposure with other groups of students. We'll strongly encourage teachers to make similar seating charts. So that would be, for instance, if you are in your homeroom, most 4K through fifth grade students are in their homeroom continuously throughout the day. We would encourage that, just like we would in pretty much any other situation. We would encourage them to stay in their homerooms, and then they would travel to things like Phi Ed, music, art, things like that within their homeroom, and then we would encourage those teachers to keep close. Similar seating charts so that those students then would be limited in the amount of contact that they would have with other students throughout the building. We're committed to following quarantine provisions set by the Center of Disease Control and Prevention that include vaccinated and unvaccinated individuals that can return as long as tested after 3 to 5 days with a negative result through a lab or rapid test. Allowing students that are absent due to a non-COVID related illness returning as long as a doctor releases them. That was one thing that I had a question about, was that I wasn't sure if the doctor release was a part of our discussion on Monday. Hopefully somebody can clarify that for me. Allowing Bristol's health staff to monitor students with possible COVID-19 symptoms and determining when a COVID-19 test or quarantine is required. That was one thing that we had discussed in length, was that our nurses and medical staff here should be able to give their best opinion. I know last year, if a student came down and had, for instance, a sore throat and a stomach ache, they were automatically sent home for that quarantine period. Personally, and with the discussion of the board, we discussed on Monday that we would like or at least I would like our medical professionals in the building to make that determination if they believe that there is a COVID possibility of a COVID positive and or they believe that there should be a quarantine. I would not advise for just an automatic quarantine because a student has symptoms that might be possibly related to that. So that, and then making all attempts to conduct COVID-19 close contact through groups of students rather than classrooms. So that's, again, looking at close contact lists and making that list as small as we possibly can, but yet being safe so that we don't have, if we do have a positive, we're not quarantining an entire classroom or entire grade level or an entire section of the building. We would really work hard with our medical staff and our administration team to determine who was a close contact, and in that case, would notify those families and begin that quarantine process, our testing process. Maintaining and then I was just asked to add this, was to maintain an ongoing and open line of communication with the Kenosha County Health Director. We do meet every Friday morning as a group of local administrators, so that will be happening again this Friday. As well, I know that we had talked a little bit about staffing. Denise Jacobs, our school nurse, has been in contact with 2 more medical professionals from the community that are willing to come in and help. I know personally, who would be a great asset to our team with things like contact tracing, with COVID, COVID record keeping, if you will, so we know what those things are, and as well as communication to parents and notifying of symptoms and keeping a close eye on all of that. Yep.
I think there's going to be kids missing school if it's, if I have a stomach ache Right. That's the big question. The big question. I know a lot of schools, what they're doing is if they're not showing, they can keep coming to school. If they're, so monitoring your monitoring your child for symptoms. If they're starting to show COVID symptoms, obviously you would keep them home. But if a kid, kids eat weird stuff and stuff their faces with lots of sugar, speaking from experience, and then they so good or puke after running a half a mile or whatever. And I mean, are we going to keep a kid home for a week or until they can see a doctor just because they ate a pound of cotton candy? I don't know, but so
no, yeah. So sorry, I don't remember talking about that non-COVID related illness, but I do remember your Gracie scenario, and yes. So that I feel like so allowing Bristol's health staff to monitor students when possible COVID-19 symptoms and determining when a COVID-19 test or quarantine is required.
My suggestion would be to either strike that line because to me it's redundant, or to add in there. I guess I don't know if it's non-COVID related illness. I'm not sure why it would be in here, or why we couldn't leave that up to our medical personnel within the building as well.
Could we put it as if a student is showing no symptoms, they will not be excluded from school. Students will be allowed to remain in school without missing any school or school activities.
Why would they be sent to the nurse's office if they weren't showing symptoms at this point? I feel like with Gracie's scenario, this is what this is playing into, right? So if a child fakes a stomach ache, you got your doctor's note, she came back to school.
I'm lucky enough to have these in genetics. How many other parents may not? If they think that it's not something fake stomach ache or headache and get out of the test or something.
I guess my only concern here is that it says not. We're talking about COVID related symptoms is what you guys are discussing. This says non-COVID related symptoms. So I'm wondering if it needs to be in there. Okay. So. Okay. Delete. Thank you. And then when possible, Bristol School will provide virtual check-ins with quarantined students. That is something we are already working on as far as staffing is concerned. I know we had talked about, and I'll just go through the next bullet as well. When possible, quarantined students will access schoolwork through Google Classroom or receive an emergency classroom packet. I know that there was a lot of concerned parents of 4K students, kindergarten students, first grade students, that if they are quarantined for a period of time, how do I interact with my child, because Google Classroom doesn't necessarily work, especially early in the year. I know that, again, I'm speaking for the kindergarten team. They already have emergency packets, if you will, constructed for families in case that there is a positive case or there is a quarantine situation. That packet would then be sent home, and the teacher and the parent would be in communication as to if there was further things that they could do as far as being home. Now, I know Tony has mentioned before that first graders all the way through middle school are now one-to-one, meaning that they have a Chromebook, and they are able to access that very quickly. And for us, it's just a scan of a barcode, and they can take that home. So pretty much everybody else would have the opportunity to be a part of Google Classroom. My thing that I added here was, when possible, we would provide virtual check-ins, because I believe that we were all in agreement on Monday that we do not want to necessarily put that on the classroom teacher during the day. So if we have somebody else within the building that would be able to just check in with an adult face, to be able to check in for 10 or 15 minutes and say, is there anything I can help you with? Do you need an answer from your teacher or anything like that? I'm going to work my hardest to be able to try to staff that. Obviously, if we get into a situation where quarantine numbers become much higher than that, and we need to rearrange staff, Holly and I would work together to try to figure out a way to create a virtual classroom or something along those lines, where if we had a bulk of kids that really needed that, we would work to do that. Obviously, that would be in emergency instances only. Questions or comments about quarantine provisions?
Yeah. Yes. So under the point that says allowing Bristol's health staff to monitor students, that point, going back to Gracie's point, could we, so this is when we talked about there being a communication line between the nurse's office, the parents, administration, the teacher. So would we allow our health staff to also determine COVID-19 test, quarantine, or a doctor's note with the knowledge that is behind the student and the teacher, like all of the entire situation as a whole? Well, exactly, right. So we don't run into another situation like that. So if our health staff would like a doctor's note, like, hey, I really think your kid should see a doctor, that's, I feel like, the direction that we should go, or a COVID-19 test or a quarantine. But that would take that situation out of that Gracie situation. That would help with that.
What you're saying is they, after talking with me, will figure out that she wanted to go to breakfast club, so therefore she doesn't necessarily need to go home.
So do we want to add, okay, allowing Bristol health staff to monitor students with symptoms and determining what, I guess, in discussion with teacher and parent? Is that what I'm hearing?
But then they could also just ask for a doctor's note, not just COVID-19 tests or quarantine. Yeah, depending on the situation.
Are you getting that?
But I do know, yeah, they're health professionals. They know what they're looking for. So if they think it's just a doctor's note or COVID-19 test, then they should know how to read the symptoms.
So for close contact, if a student is through contact tracing identified for close contact, are we saying they'll need a COVID test to come back? Negative COVID test? I think that was the other thing that we were discussing, because I mean, I think it was under the impression that if they were symptom free, right up because it was on the health department website, if they're symptom free, they would be okay. It's recommended that they be tested before they come back, but I don't think that was clarified with how we.
So I see you made the edits on there. Thank you. I actually did a lot of research on that one point that you just asked about, Adam. I actually spoke to a family who recently had a COVID positive test, and they sent me the documentation that they got from the Kenosha County Health Department. And that's what I printed off and gave to everyone here. So the CDC recommendation, that's for if you are in a fully masked K-12 environment, right? So that's where 3 feet guidance, 15 minutes, I believe is coming from, because Kenosha County Health Department actually defines a close contact as 6 feet, 15 minutes. So that kind of changes things a little bit.
Actually, it doesn't, because if you look at the dates on the information that you gave me, September of 2020,
you have
May of
updated
2020.
Because I know this family just received this information.
I understand that, but May of 2020, nope, listen, March of 2020, another September of 2020, May of 2020, 8/21, so August 8th, August of 2021. So it's the same thing that is on the current website. Someone who's been fully vaccinated and shows no symptoms of COVID-19 does not need a quarantine, but should be tested, not saying they are required, following a known exposure. Okay? Should wear a mask in public indoor settings for 14 days or until they receive a negative test result. Or someone who has COVID-19 within the previous 3 months or has recovered or remains without COVID-19 symptoms. So the information, this is well over a year old. So stuff has changed because this says 6 feet. It says quarantine for 14 days, but that's not what we're being told now. It's 3 feet. Quarantine for 10
But
days.
who's telling you this? The CDC information? I don't
It's right here.
understand.
It's the stuff that you gave us.
This is absolutely what this family received, and this
I
is the
understand
latest information available from Kenosha County Health Department.
In March and August doesn't mean necessarily that this is the most up-to-date information, especially when we have access at our fingertips to the CDC. That provides us with more up-to-date information and addendums, which, no offense, but you cited multiple times.
I know, and that plan is made for if you are in a fully masked environment, which we are not, and we're not, I guess, planning to be in. So this is the information that is from our health department.
I understand
and
that,
I don't have any more I don't have any newer information. Jack, do you have newer information than this that I'm unaware of?
Well, I could just talk. I thought that, Monday when we all sat there for 3 hours and discussed this, and all of you had your computers up and were pulling up the most recent documents, I thought this is what we decided. And I know that there was some differences, and I remember Corey specifically saying that, even if you're not showing symptoms, you could have the symptoms for, or you could have the virus for 3 to 5 days without showing symptoms. So I think we would be the safest if we said at least 3 to 5 days out with a negative test. I'm just trying to bring the group back to what we had discussed on Monday. I do believe that these things are going to change. I also believe that we could discuss this for hours and hours and hours if we are going to try to review them every 48 hours. So I understand that there's other things out there. My recommendation would be to look at the bullet we created on Monday together and determine whether or not we want to keep that or change it and move forward.
This one, we are asking for the negative test. This takes care of those needing to be vaccinated and are showing symptoms, but still being positive, because just because you have the vaccine does not mean just means your symptoms being one. So I think that eliminates and kind of a compromise for both sides.
To be fair, we didn't have accurate information at the last meeting. So here it says, if you're a direct contact, it's instead of day 3 to 5, they're just recommending day 6 or 7 to get that negative COVID test if you are a direct contact. It's all here. We really didn't have correct information available to us, and I had to find this.
We have correct information. Let's leave it. We'll leave it. Yep, leave it.
If you could show me that
I disagree. We're gonna leave it.
information, I would be more than willing to take a look at it. This was sent to a COVID positive family last week.
So what is the suggestion for the bullet? Are we?
Leave it. Just leave it.
I mean, we're not really following any guidelines right now with going masks optional for students. Sure. I said we're not following the guidelines on masking. We're going to go optional for students, right? That's the vote that the board took. But if we don't go with this quarantine structure, we're just making up our own quarantine structure, which doesn't help anybody. There's no mitigation strategy there. When the Kenosha County Health Department is saying quarantine can be shortened to 7 days if you collect for a direct contact, you can collect a test on day 6 or 7. Then why are we going to test on day 3 to 5? That makes no sense.
Because it's in here. So.
But that plan is for a fully masked K-12 situation.
Okay. We have, it's written in here that we can update it as necessary. So it's Jack's recommendation. There's 2 board members who have said we'll just leave it. So let's leave it and move on.
Yeah, you're right. We do have 2 board members.
Otherwise, we're
and
going to be here all night.
I can be here all night to talk about the health of our students. We're optional masks, right? So if we quarantine correctly, we can
unless you get what
absolutely keep
you're not going to be
school open.
happy unless you write the plan yourself.
Okay, so I guess my question is, I have 2 questions to the group. One, how did we get to this on Monday when we were all together and discussed it? And 2, what has changed from Monday until now? And 3, if there's something that needs to be changed, what needs to be changed?
I know we had asked for the actual Kenosha County Health Department quarantine protocols, and I found them for us. So that's the only thing that changed, is that I now have them, and I didn't have them 2 meetings ago or 1 meeting ago, and then we asked for them to be here tonight. So that's the only thing that changed, is we were like, oh, hey, we think we remember that this is what it is. So that's what was written here. But now we have
the information is all over here. We can't go by that. So.
That's what I remember from the movie. So the only thing I would say is we can keep it for now 3 to 5 days, but if they come back to school with a negative test, if they wear a mask for 10 days, that would be the option for them to come back.
But I don't know that we're legally able to require them to show us a negative test. They can come back on day 6 or 7 if they show us a negative test to come in. But that's why we have health departments. You know, if we have optional masks, then we should follow the quarantine protocols that are put forth by our health department.
I'm a little confused by what you just said.
So at 3 to 5 days, we're asking them to show us a negative test in order to come back.
5 days, we're asking them to show us a negative test. You said you're unsure if we're able to ask to see the negative test result, which, great point. Don't know. But why would we be able to request that negative test result then at 6 or 7?
Because it would be voluntary. So you'd have a quarantine. You have your here.
But this is voluntary as well. They can do their
it's a
full 10-day quarantine,
quarantine.
or they can get tested at 3 to 5 days. So it's the same
Nothing
thing.
says
The
14
dates are
days
just
anymore.
Sorry, this sheet that I did pass out it's very simple. I live with someone who is diagnosed with COVID-19. Are you able to separate from that person? Yes or no? If no, there are different ways to look at. Just read the form.
We're not, just leave it. We'll revisit it later. Let's move on.
Well, you really can't expect us to not have
Just leave it
discussion
and we
on
can
it.
discuss this later.
We just got the
Meeting.
revised version of this. I didn't have any time to prepare. I'm looking at it and trying to look at my notes, and I'm trying to look at the quarantine structure that I received from the Kenosha Health Department.
You had the same amount of time as everybody else in this board.
I understand that, and that's what worries me is nobody else
Okay.
has comments.
Let's.
Any recommendations, change actions, extend that confidential letter, no one's told us something, so that's expected over there, 3 to 5 days, that episode develops for the next 3 days.
But
that's why the reason I wanted. Sorry.
And that's for fully masked school. That is not for a mask optional school.
Okay, we're gonna move on.
I don't
As
think anybody's
chair
done
of this
discussing
meeting,
it.
we are moving on.
As a board member, we
to
are
move.
not just done discussing this, Adam. You can't just move on because you want to.
Yes, we can.
No, you absolutely cannot. We are still discussing quarantine provisions.
Who is?
3 to 5 days.
I'm confused at why we're still discussing this.
You found the document? You found a document?
It says added recommendation to fully vaccinated people.
Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, it's the same verbiage.
Because I know we're looking at the CDC, I'm just trying to match together all that information.
Exactly, and the reason we want to keep it for fully vaccinated is because we may not show symptoms, we may be asymptomatic, which is why we ask for the negative test at this time.
For fully vaccinated?
For fully vaccinated and unvaccinated, it shouldn't matter. It really should not matter.
No kids are getting vaccinated.
We do have staff and some kids in our 7th and 8th grade that are eligible for vaccinations. And that this got this the Department of Health Services, Kenosha County Health Department. It's saying, yes, if you're fully vaccinated. Sorry, it says if you've been fully vaccinated, you can get tested 3 to 5 days after your close contact. And if that is negative, you can go back. You just have to wear a mask indoors for 14 days. You don't have to quarantine 3 to 5 days after you are direct contact. Then you have to get a test done.
Is that 14 days from the original date?
Sorry. I wish I could put this up on the screen, but yeah, it's wear a mask in public indoor spaces for 14 days after exposure or until you receive a negative COVID test result at that 3 to 5 days.
So, yes.
As stated earlier tonight, if we continue to review and change this every 48 hours, we are never going to be able to. Something as a board, we have all committed to.
No, I don't want to have to come back and change. I don't want to change this. I want to make it, and then I want it to go away when COVID goes away.
We can leave it as is. So.
We didn't have the correct information. We just got the correct information. We did not have.
Stephanie, I need you to take pause for a second. When was that last time?
Okay, can we get over the timing of this, please? Because here's the thing. There are so many different things, so many different timing things. There's websites that we all accessed on Monday night, and this is our document, okay? We are saying that this is our document. We are not following anything specifically from anybody. These are our documents, so we can make it say what we want it to say. I agree there's different things out there, but we can make it our document. So what do we want our document to say? And I'm hearing that we discussed this on Monday, and we want to leave it the same for now. And if we find better or more pertinent information, we can edit it at any time.
Correct. No, we're going to leave it as is. What we discussed on Monday.
I believe we did.
If you are going to continue to argue this as chair, I can set a time limit.
And that would be unfortunate.
I can give you 3 minutes. It would be unfortunate.
Because you'd be just
you will be
deliberately
given.
deleting all of those.
You'll be
emails
given
from
3
your-
minutes, just like everybody else.
I don't believe you have the legal authority to do that. And I would like to see the policy where you do have that authority. I do believe at the last meeting that we did talk about following the Kenosha County Health protocols, and that's why we asked for them. And this is just something that we talked about, like, hey, I think this is what it is. However, please find us this information so we can further discuss at tonight's meeting. This was one point that I had written down that we were going to be receiving information. I did not receive that information. I found that information by myself. And now I gave it to everybody so it can be discussed. That's what happened.
Mike, I can't.
can't hear you, Mike. You got to unmute or come closer by me.
What I'm saying is we need to validate the fact that we're talking about this is like from 2020. We need to validate this. I'm seeing something a little different in the CDC guidelines, but I think we need to validate this. You're going to meet with the Kenosha Health Department and the other administrators on Friday, correct? Can you validate this information with them?
Absolutely.
I mean, in the instance of trying to move forward with what we've got in the rest of the document, this obviously is a sticking point. We're not going to solve it without validation from the Kenosha County Health Department. It gives us a chance to look up the CDC guidelines and just double check to make sure whatever, if those mix or match. But if you could validate this based on the fact that it's 2020 information, that would be helpful. And I recommend we move on until we get that information.
Thanks, Mike. So just to clarify, when I was looking through this and we had the lengthy discussion about it, when I was asked, I had written in the last bullet of maintaining an ongoing and open line of communication with the Kenosha County Director of Health.
Right.
I fully admit that I will do that. However, this happened on Monday and it is now Wednesday. They only meet by appointment, and they also meet with us on a regular basis on Friday mornings. So I can get whatever information we want whenever we want, but it's just it will happen, I guess, upon their time schedule and not ours because they're so busy.
I guess my big thing for them to ask them would be if they have updated documents.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, I think Stephanie brings up a good point, but we just need to validate this a little bit better.
Yeah, this was sent to that family on August 16th, 2021 at 12:23 p.m.
I do know that at the end of last school year, I had not seen 14 days anywhere. And I have not seen 6 feet or 14 days in a long time from Kenosha County Health. So I don't know. I don't want to disvalidate but if that has changed back to 14 feet, I am unaware of that. I'm sorry, 14 days rather than 10.
Okay, general safety guidelines that will be up.
General safety guidelines that will be upheld. While the district will have contingency plans in place for, I would actually say instead of hybrid or blended learning, probably a virtual learning model there. The school year will begin with 100% in-person learning model. Bristol School District number 1 will continually monitor and assess Kenosha County and neighboring school district pandemic data and update guidelines as needed. Just an update on that. There is a really, I've already been in contact with a few and continue to be in contact with more about creating maybe a Kenosha County dashboard that would be a simple one-place, one-click check. I know that there's some specific dashboards out there already for our overall communities. What I would like to do is have a dashboard specifically for schools so that we know we can be in communication with the local schools of our county and know where they are. Racine Unified has developed a dashboard that is probably a little bit fancier than what we would be able to pull off. But even if it's just a similar Excel document with a few cells in it saying your school name, the positive number of student cases, the positive number of teacher cases, and then the positive or the number of staff and students in quarantine. Obviously, those things take a while to develop, and they also take a mass of people to come together. But I feel like that would be a good start for us to look at as far as where we are, the numbers in county and where kids are in our community and kids and staff members are in our community. And that would be a good resource for all of us as district administrators, board members, community members, parents to look at that. And I can send that out to you, through our weekly correspondence, and then also the district administrator level for the conference level. But yeah. Yeah. So they have both. They have year-to-date data as well as cumulative data. The way that they have it broken down that I've seen it the clearest is this week in Bristol school, this week in XYZ school, this week in ABC school, and then just saying, and then every number in, obviously we have one building, but the way that they modeled it was even, district administration buildings, facilities, all those type of buildings that people would frequent throughout the district. They have an update for that every week, and then say what I would like to do, if we could get it started by next week Wednesday, would be to have that as a running total for the week as well as for the school year. So that I know we had discussed in length on Monday as where we would pull those numbers from. I know we considered Kenosha County Health. We consider all of those different things. I think that would be one space where we could have that guideline as. Obviously, then the next line we have discussed. Face coverings to staff and students are optional. If parents would like for their children to wear face masks, I would please discuss that with your child's teacher through an email or however you would reach out, so their teacher would ensure that these expectations are being held. We also talked about that on Monday, so that teachers know if it's an expectation from a parent, they would know that, they would help encourage that. However, that would just be a contact home saying, Mr. Musha, I just want to let you know, I know that I received your email that you wanted Genevieve to wear a mask. She took it off today 3 or 4 times, and I had to remind her. I just want to let you know as a parent to have that conversation with your daughter. Okay, page 1 complete. Practicing social distancing of 3 feet or more when possible, including group activities, was the recommendation of the group on Monday to include that group activities. I know that at times can be difficult, but whenever possible was added. And I know that teachers are already looking at reorganizing their rooms a little bit and having those group activities, making sure that the students are spacing 3 or more feet apart.
Also on that point, that 3 feet or more is fixed, 6 feet or more on the Kenosha County Health documents. If you could, the same thing, just see what they define as a close contact. That will just help us in the end when we do our contact tracing.
CDC guidelines. If vaccinated and masked, 3 feet is appropriate. Okay. If not vaccinated and not masked, 6 feet is recommended.
Okay.
So, I think in this particular situation, we may want to consider changing that to 6 feet because not all the kids are going to be vaccinated, and I think all the teachers are going to be vaccinated. And that's coming right out of the CDC guidelines. It has to do with vaccinated versus unvaccinated. And I don't know how many teachers we have vaccinated, so.
Would you like me to check with the Kenosha County Health Department on Friday on that as well?
Double check. But okay. I just read it for school districts on a CDC guide. But I would double check with them as well.
Okay.
And let's make sure we've got their agreement.
Okay. And I don't want this to be a deciding factor, but I do also want to let you know that whenever possible becomes much more difficult with 6 feet than it does with 3 feet. When we're talking about desks in a room, kids eating in a cafeteria, we are then looking at more of a supervision issue. And again, I don't want that to be the deciding factor, but just an awareness piece that there's going to be, we do start school on Wednesday.
I know.
And the classrooms look a lot different with 6 feet versus 3 feet.
What do we have last year? What do we have last year?
We had 6 feet, but it really limited our space and our arrangements as far as instruction is concerned. We were pretty much in straight rows from corner to corner to corner to corner in every classroom with desks spread as far as they could be. And to be quite honest, we were probably close as we could be to 6 feet, but might not have been in a lot of instances, especially in a middle school classroom when you have 25, 13-year-olds in one classroom.
Yeah, no, I understand. But last year we had masks, and this year we don't.
Understood.
So I get the difficulty in all this, but I don't want to have to put masks on. I got mine on just because it's my choice. but I don't want the kids to have to put masks on. And if we don't take proper procedures based on what the experts are saying and whatever we can do to protect those children, that's what I want to do. I know the community doesn't want to have masks. I don't want to have masks either. And we want those to be optional for the kids, but we got to do whatever we can do. And if the CDC is telling us 6 feet, we got to make that happen. So, double check with the Kenosha County Health Department on this, but I'm just interested in protecting my kids, their kids, all of our kids. And if we start cutting things on this, we're going to get in trouble. And I don't want to have to put masks in place. That's the last thing in the world that I want to do.
I agree, Mike.
Just
so
double
I
check
just
and
want
let's see what we can do.
We'll do. So that was the first bullet there. 3. So 3 feet. I've made a note, and then also including the group activities was in red there.
Yep,
that I think we all agreed on Monday that was a necessary addition. Homerooms, when possible, students will travel as homerooms. We talked about that. I also know that we've talked about encouraging seating charts. We also discussed that it might be a little bit more difficult within a middle school where you have kids who aren't necessarily traveling with their homeroom at all times, and they might have intermingled classes. That's where those close contact tracing would become, again, another step or two when they would have different classes with different students from homerooms. But I believe that we discussed that we were going to move forward with the schedule as set and then really try to hone in on close contact tracing. Red addition, this again is during school hours. So visitors will be allowed with advance approval. Again, looking at things like visitors to classrooms for a speech, looking at different things, a guest speaker, things like that. Maybe somebody coming in to maybe set something up for help with a teacher, those kind of things. All visitors must be COVID-free of symptoms, sign at the school office, wear face covering regardless of vaccination status, and will maintain accurate records of those that are in our building to support contact tracing. Seeing nods, okay. Visitors and contractors. Again, we're looking at the 48-hour rule. I know sometimes that's not true, but usually, for instance, like if Nexus comes in, those guys are in contact with Holly or I before, and we know that they're coming, and obviously I know who those guys are. It would just be a matter of me telling them that now, because they are visitors into our building, we would ask them to put a face covering on while the students are in the building. Obviously, there are some emergency things that, might prevent somebody from being the 48 hours if we have a construction issue or roof leak or, any of those type of things. We might just have to bypass that rule. And I guess that would be up to my discretion. Visitors are permitted during non-school hours. Social distancing is recommended. All visitors should follow school face coverings and COVID guidelines. I know we had discussed if it was an outside group, for instance, a volleyball team or a Boy Scout troop or something like that that was not affiliated with the school, and the school building wasn't necessarily occupied by our staff members, they would abide by their rules of social distancing and their own mask rules. The one thing that I don't think we discussed on Monday was what it would look like for visitors to school events. So that would be one thing that I would have for the group. If we do have a basketball game here at the building after hours, or we have a band concert or a parent meeting, whatever that looks like, I don't know if we would want that. I don't think we discussed that on Monday. That's all.
No, I don't think we did either.
I like how you have, you've got it written in here, visitors are permitted during non-school hours. Social distancing is recommended. All visitors should follow school face coverings and COVID guidelines. I think my opinion, it's stated pretty well. I
can't hear a word you're saying. You got to put your microphone.
Okay, the way where he's got it highlighted red.
Yeah.
Right. So, I like how it's stated here.
Yeah.
So visitors are permitted during non-school hours. Social distancing is recommended. All visitors should follow school face coverings and COVID guidelines. So, I don't know. I know we didn't really discuss it too much, but I know this is kind of standard with all schools. Excuse me, I'm sorry. So I don't know. It's my opinion.
It says already what we talked about. All visitors must be free of COVID-19 symptoms, sign in at the school office, and wear face coverings, regardless of vaccination status. So
that's
whether
during
it's
school.
whoever comes into the building, that's the rule. That says it already here.
Well, that's during school hours, Mike.
During school hours.
Yeah, so after school hours with the visitors, I know we had talked about them. Like if, for instance, if somebody comes in for a volleyball practice and the building's empty, that's where that next bulleted item comes in, where social distancing is recommended and should follow face covering and COVID guidelines. I guess, if we're not here to police a volleyball practice at night, I don't know how much we can, really say. Obviously, we would like for them to follow whatever our guidelines are if they're going to be in our building. But I'm asking for school events, for instance, a band concert. So that would be the difference, is if it's an outside group coming in to use our facility versus our parents, grandparents, staff coming to watch a concert or a basketball game. I think that needs to be delineated.
So with concerts and stuff, like we already know they get crazy here at Bristol. We have very supportive parents and grandparents and aunts and uncles that always attend. Is there a way to help provide extra space or limit it by grade so there's extra space so they can social distance?
Mm-hmm. We did that for graduation quite well.
Yeah, so I would say adopt those kind of philosophies, and I say they should follow our school face covering and COVID guidelines, and then we should do our best to ensure that we provide space for them to spread out, to do so by family.
So you're saying they would have to wear face coverings in the no? Okay.
Well, that's what the school is. It's a school event. We have students here. You have parents here. They're visiting our school for a school event. That's how I see that.
Right. But then if we have basketball games, if we have volleyball games, then who's going to police the visiting?
Nobody should have to police it. It's a standard we're setting for our school. Right. We could have masks available.
I guess my opinion is if we're making it optional for our staff and students, it should be optional for our visitors.
We have it right here saying that we have visitors with masks on, and now
during school hours. This is
absolutely.
after.
Well, what's the difference if you're visiting a classroom of 24 students to read a story? Or volunteer helping kids learn spell their words, or if you're
with
coming
this statement,
to watch a band concert,
all visitors should follow school face coverings. Are you saying?
Stephanie has a point.
Should
it
be
doesn't make any
optional,
difference when it is.
Right?
I think events a larger capacity of people. So, I don't want to see people have to wear the masks, but when you're cramming so many people in a small area.
Well, that's why. What can we do to space it out?
I don't know.
You know what I mean? So everyone's comfortable, because you are going to get.
Not that unvaccinated. We're going to have to go with the honor system.
Yep.
It's either 3 feet or 6 feet. I don't know how we can.
But who's going to enforce it? That's my question. If we say it's required, who's going to enforce it? So if we're playing one of these schools on here and there's parents walking in, are we going to expect Jack to sit there and say, sorry, you can't come in, you don't have a face covering on? Who's going to enforce it? Because I've seen it at the high school level. It was even last year, there was a lot of visitors who would come to the school and they would refuse to wear a face mask.
Well, then that comes to a point of respect. If you want to respect the school policies and rules that are in place, you'll abide by them. If you don't, we're not going to hold your hand or slap your hand.
To me, we just need to remember our priorities for the year. It's to keep school open. The community would not like to have masks optional, right? Keep school open, keep masks optional, continue to limit the spread of COVID. And this is just another way we can do that and remain consistent. With our day, with students during the day, during school hours, and with our students during after school hours. It's consistent. We're limiting the spread of COVID.
I disagree.
So I would say any school sanctioned event at a minimum should have all visitors wearing masks.
Are you saying indoor and outdoor, or are you just saying
No, I mean,
indoor?
masks are only about indoor, right? Nobody is requiring masks outdoor.
So you're going to stand at the door and make sure everybody's doing that?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I do not get paid to do that. That's why we have our great administrators. We have Mr. Dakanuka, we have Ms. Holly Graff, we have Ms. Carrie Houston, we have
required to be
Ashley
at every
Kendall. Welcome to our
basketball
school. These are our
I don't remember seeing
protocols.
bouncer in your contract.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Going on hour 72 of work this week. I'm looking for a recommendation as to what to write.
So,
Unless-
okay.
Well, I mean, we can recommend it.
Yeah, I say recommend. I think
I don't know.
is a great
I mean, I agree.
compromise.
I agree to the point where we can't. I mean, the policing of this is going to be virtually impossible, and then half the
Right.
people aren't going to follow the rules anyway. I mean, all we can do is like, I'm going to wear a mask when I come in. If that's what it requires, depending on the infection rates, I'm going to wear one, but that's my choice. So, to follow school policy. I don't know if there's any way that we're going to be able to strong arm anybody into doing this without starting some kind of ruckus or some kind of a fight or some kind of issue, a negative issue that's going to, that's going to affect anything to do with the game. So, I mean, I think we got to think about this in terms of highly recommended, but I don't know if we're going to be able, honestly. I mean, I'd like to have it that way too, but I just don't think that we're going to be able to mandate that. I just don't think we're going to be able to. I think there's going to be too many people that aren't going to follow the rules. As much as I want to mandate it, I can't have a cop out there telling everybody you can't come in here unless you got a mask on. We can't do that. I don't know what else to do.
Social distance the way that we should, then masks should be required.
They should, I mean, we got a social distance.
I get that, but I think what Mike and sorry, I just hit the button again. I think what Mike and Adam are saying is the concert's going. There's people in here. Grandma and Grandpa take off their mask. Who's going to walk up the bleachers and make them put it back
Yeah,
on?
I mean, I don't know what the answer to this is.
Exactly.
I don't
So
know what
that's
the
why
right
he's
answer
saying
is.
go with the highly recommended route, and then they're going to recommend at the door to keep it going. But that way, all bases are covered.
When is our first in-school event?
Well, yeah.
When is it? I mean,
Well,
other than, kids coming in. When's our first in-school, like game
know
or concert or something like that?
Mr. Murphy has a 5th grade band sign-up / meeting coming up on the 11th. I know that girls basketball starts October. So early October for a basketball game, and probably meetings / parent meetings and sign-ups and things like that before that.
All right, let me throw this back at you. What do you recommend?
So I guess my recommendation would be in a lot of this is that if we are going to use whatever language we want to recommend, to highly recommend, I can put chairs down for I could put chairs down for concerts that are 5, 6, 7 feet apart. We can put things on the bleachers to ask parents to sit separated unless they're from the same household. What is literally impossible to do just from 15 plus years of experience is when visitors come into the building and they don't, if they're not wearing a mask, it becomes you're going to lose your coaches, you're going to lose your administrators, you're going to lose staff members, and we would have a lot of volunteers. Everybody that would be in the building would be strictly working to send people back to their home schools or back to their homes if they're from our community to not support the event that's happening in our building. That's where I struggle.
Yeah.
I would say along your lines, Mike, is that we as a district would, because it is a larger group event, would recommend or highly recommend you wearing a face covering for the, because we're in a closed space in a large group. And we will provide social distance seating. Now that's a little easier to do.
Yeah.
I can say, excuse me, ma'am.
Well, that gives me a little better feeling. At least we're doing, at least there's something in place. Right.
Can you move over a little bit, please? We were asking everybody to stay with, 6 feet apart for tonight's game, unless you're sitting next to your spouse or whatever it might be.
Yeah.
if I send an email and Mr. Koschel sends an email to other athletic directors saying that we highly recommend or are encouraging people to wear masks in our facilities, they'll relay that for us. So I guess I don't know if that I made a clear recommendation there, but that's at least my thoughts.
So highly recommend face coverings. You guys will talk to, the other, staffs at the other schools, right? You'll set up all the chairs, you'll get the bleachers set up. At least we've got something in place to help.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to do something.
Nope, I like it.
I'm just trying to do something. I mean, anything we can do to try to avoid close contact.
Yep, I agree. I like it.
I know it's not the perfect solution, but it's what we got right now. Book it. I know it's not perfect, Steph. I know I don't like this either, but this is the way. There's nothing we can do about this.
Super sweaty.
So what if we say something like, it is highly recommended that all visitors wear face coverings and follow school COVID guidelines?
Perfect. I think it's good.
Non-school hours.
But I am.
It is highly recommended that all visitors wear face coverings and follow school COVID guidelines.
Sports clubs, extracurriculars. At this time, all before and after school clubs and extracurricular activities are scheduled as normal. When traveling to other sites, students and staff will follow masking and COVID protocols for not only the transportation company, but also for the location of the activity. So whatever school we are going to, we'll abide by their wishes. That was, I believe, discussed and agreed upon on Monday as well. Food service, lunch will be eaten in the cafeteria, stage, district foyer, and 45 foyer with supervision to allow for increased social distancing. Okay, district or 45 foyer, I'm sorry. To facilitate and contact tracing, students will have assigned seating by homeroom. That's something that, I'm sorry, there's a few of you I think that are on mic that I'm getting some breathing feedback here. Just make sure we're all muted. Good. Okay. So we do have those spaces. I know we talked about that on Monday as well. Try to having kids sit as far as possible. Again, 3 feet's different than 6 feet. We will try our best. If it goes to 6 feet, we might have to look at an alternative plan for lunch, just because that literally cuts our cafeteria, which is already too small. We're cutting it in by a third, and now we're cutting it in by half if we're going with the 6 foot. We were able to do it last year. It was very tight around the building and then eventually had to go into classrooms. So I will again look at that, but that's my suggestion, is to open up those further areas. We are hiring a further lunchroom supervisor that will work from 10 till 2 in the building for further supervision as well. Transportation is one that isn't really up for discussion. I know we've talked about this. There is the federal mandate for face coverings. Just encourage parents that if they don't want their student to wear a mask, they would bring them to school personally. Otherwise, it would be required. And then that leaves basically what would happen then is Dousman Transportation would contact us. We would help with the parent communication, simply saying your son or daughter is not complying with the bus rules. And then if that were to continue, they would have the authority or to suspend or terminate busing services for those students that would not be in coordinates with those rules. It's federal mandate for public transportation, and when asked specifically about school buses, because we use public funds, they're considered public transportation, and that's where we're at with that.
Jack, do you know if masks will be available for kids on the bus? Is the bus company providing those, or can we as Bristol put them on the bus?
How are they going to place that?
They had some supply for masks. They didn't last very long because they went through them fairly quickly. I know that we had an abundance of masks here, and when bus drivers would ask me for them, I would just give them to them because we had so many. I guess I talk to Dousman nearly every day, so if I need to ask them if they need help with that, or if we can find a couple boxes somewhere. I know Mrs. Jacobs has plenty of supply around. She could probably help supplement that a little bit.
Okay.
I think that's an important point to communicate to parents too. I mean, the masks are optional in the school for students, but they're not optional in transportation. So just making sure parents know that and they can be prepared with their student with the mask if they do ride the bus. So they're not caught off guard on day one.
Yeah, I'll make sure that's in my communication for tomorrow when we get it out. Instruction, Bristol will only offer in-person instruction for 5 days a week to start the school year. Attendance will be taken each day. The only difference there is we just added that little, remember how attendance was weirded a little differently when we looked at it? So we just added that in another sentence.
What, the kids aren't going to get 3 days a week? What the heck?
The further we go down, there isn't much red just because most of this is I'm sorry. I'll go through page 4. The protocols were, basically more of informational from our health services department. It was just saying, of looking at the different symptoms, making sure parents are keeping on top of that, all of those type of things. So nothing has really changed in that. That was all produced last year's reentry plan. And we went through that. And I think some of that would just maybe look at updating, but not necessarily looking to change any of the concepts. I know social emotional support came up, and I know I gave my counselors a shout out last time. Of course, they came back with a very detailed, orientated report for us all this morning. So I really appreciate them. They do have 13 different social emotional learning lessons that they go through with the students, and we will. I know, Stephanie, I believe you had mentioned the Renegade relaxations. Those will still be up, and they do have continual check-ins and numerous different things that they do, and the website's continuously updated. That is one, and if you want more specifics on that, they really did give me a nice breakdown of that. But knowing that social emotional learning piece, those lessons, those check-ins are always at the forefront of their mind, and they do an excellent job with those students, and they are really good at getting back to you. So if there's any other specific questions that you have for them, I'm sure they could explain a little bit better than I just did. Technology use. I mentioned it earlier as far as students will be issued a school device 1-to-1. Kindergartners and K-4 students will be distributed during determined by grade level teachers, and that's if needed. Obviously, sometimes it's more, you do more harm than good with sending a computer home with a K-4 student or a kindergarten student. So we would refer to the teachers in that instance, saying if they believed that they were, those students were in need of those devices, then we would go ahead and implement them out. And I know Kevin and Tony have talked about it a bunch, but it's just a matter of scanning a barcode and having a student checked out from first grade all the way through 8th. It takes about 10 seconds per kid to get that out and know that Chromebook's with them. So I know, and then we had just discussed, and Tony and Kevin again on Monday described the difficulty if it's a student account with a student device versus a student account with a home device. Yeah. So we just simply added that in, that we will help with that support on district-owned devices and accounts. And then Google Classroom will be provided regardless of what device is utilized. So students can utilize Google Classroom through any device. However, we won't help with the support on that just because that's not our place and we don't know what device they're specifically on. But if they're on a school device using their school account, we commit to helping kids if they need it. And again, this is in a case of an emergency where we have to send students home and be virtual for a period of time. Lastly, we had the school safety drills. I know we had just had a little bit discussion of, continuing with social distancing when possible when doing those drills. The nice part of that is most of them end up outside. So that gives us a little bit of a barrier as far as of that is concerned. Special education and hygiene, I won't read through those to you guys. I think we're all in favor of washing hands and taking showers. I'm not sure if we have any middle school parents in the crowd tonight, but we're all in support of showers and hand washing and all of those great things for all of our students, especially those as they get a little bit older. So special education is something that we included in our original document that is something that we're legally binded to, of course, that we want in those documents, but again, not really changed, that those are laws that we have to follow. Yes.
I do apologize. For those kids that have IEPs and may have to quarantine, are we going to have some kind of accommodation to work through their IEPs while quarantined?
Thank you so much for bringing that up. I actually had that discussion with Dr. Moen this week, and I had it in my notes, and I forgot to bring it up. So thank you. We have in the past, we've done a couple things where we have individual aides who have worked with those students virtually, and we will continue to do that. Those minutes will be met regardless of what the situation is. We also have opened the building in very rare instances, but let's say, God forbid, we as a whole district are shut down or a portion of the building is shut down. We have opened portions of the building for students in need of life skills training that maybe would not be able to manipulate or work through a computer type setting. We have used their IEP and their staffing to bring them into the building to continue those services. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up.
All right.
I'm done already.
Thank you, Jack.
Sorry, I do have a question. What did we change the wording to for visitors outside of school hours? I didn't write it down. I just wrote it down.
She asked what they changed the wording to for visitors outside of school hours. My computer sucks again.
No. I know you are.
And we got the social distancing, which is going to certainly help. It's not the solution, but it's helping.
Yes.
Is it highly recommended?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what Corey just said.
So the only change, we kind of breezed through it a little bit. So face coverings for staff and students are optional. So that's the line we're all here for tonight, right? But I was going to see what the board would say about face coverings for students are optional, and for staff is highly recommended.
I think it should be optional for both.
Yeah, keep it optional for both. I mean, that is what we voted on a couple of weeks ago. That is what we talked about on Monday. So
That's what the staff has also asked for.
Yep. So
yeah, we're only saying highly recommended. We're not saying we're not saying they have to have masks. It's basically the same thing. It's just highly recommended.
Yeah, basically is the same thing. So I'm not sure why we need to.
It's just the verbiage of it.
I think at the end of the day, they're going to wear masks or they're not going to wear masks. Whether we put highly recommended or optional, it's not going to make any difference. It's either have masks on or don't have masks. I don't think we're going to have it. I think that's the only choice we have. I don't think whether we say recommended, highly, or optional, they're going to make it. It's going to make a difference to the teachers. I just don't think it's going to matter. We have to either go all out or we don't go at all.
I mean, that's what Jack recommended. That's what Jack recommended, and that's what the staff had were surveyed on. So I just don't change anything. Leave it. That's what we voted on earlier.
Is that still what you recommend, both optional, Jack?
The only, at this point, because we've been saying it, and we agreed upon it on Monday, I would say we would stay with the language optional. And I think we would continue to, monitor as we go, like we've all said we are going to. I think we follow the numbers. The only reason that, and I honestly don't mind using words recommended or highly recommended, because those are things that are out there. I guess the only thing for me would be that it does make a difference for me and for the district's perspective. If you say something like highly recommended, that would mean that we as a board are highly recommending to wear them. If that's not how the board feels, then I say we would go with optional. So I think there is a difference between the two words.
Well, if you think there's a difference, I think it should be highly recommended.
Okay. I don't know if that's something we vote on, or I mean, I don't know that it changes the ultimate landscape of whom wears a mask or not. But I think it does change perspective, at least of what we're saying. To me, optional would mean
I think it could
that we are leaving the choice to you. Highly recommended would say we would recommend that you do this, but if you choose not to, there won't be a penalty.
There's not going to be any repercussions or anything like that.
To me, that's the difference.
Well, and I would worry if you were to say highly recommended, parents may take it as staff that is not wearing a mask, they're not following the recommended guidelines and could harbor feelings towards. Where when you say optional, no judgment, you want to wear a mask, fantastic. I'm choosing not to wear a mask, that's up on me. And I think parents going to their teachers and whatnot may look at it that way as well. Where when you say highly recommended, well, why aren't you wearing a mask? The board recommended.
Well, I mean, we're recommending when the visitors and adults can't come into the building without masks on. What the frick is the difference if teachers or adults as well? So in my mind, it's highly recommended. I don't think there's any mincing words with this. I mean, I think, as an adult, I'm wearing a mask because it's my choice to wear a mask. Mm-hmm. I don't have to wear a mask. It's highly recommended by the CDC and everybody else to wear a mask. I'm wearing the mask. Other people won't feel the same way as I do about this. I think we should put the language in highly recommended. That's my view.
We do not have to take a separate vote for it. If it's within this, we'll be voting for this tonight.
Stephanie, I'm sorry. Did you say we do or do not? Okay.
Well, I guess it does make a difference to me, because if it's going to change whether or not we're going to, I think we need to back up and ask ourselves if we are going to make a motion and pass a motion that this is approved tonight, whether it says optional or highly recommended, because that changes. Because I really don't feel like leaving here without a resolution that is solved that I can give to our staff and our families tomorrow morning. I'm saying it. I would like, if I make a recommendation that, and it's not passed, and we have to go back to the drawing board, that's going to be very difficult for all of us. So I would recommend that we have a discussion and say, if you make a motion one way or the other, with the word optional or with the word recommended or highly recommended, or have a discussion as to whether or not that is going to be a deciding factor on whether or not we pass this document tonight. Because if we have to go backwards, I think all of us would be very frustrated.
Agreed.
So I would say we leave it as optional, because that is what we voted on 2 weeks ago. That is what every board member here said it multiple times on Monday. So instead of sitting here arguing over the language of optional or highly recommended, this is what the administration presented to us. We've discussed this over and over and over, and we're here about to take a vote, and now we want to change something.
I think there was some confusion. We don't
There's
need to
not,
take another
there's not a
vote.
point to it.
We don't need to take another vote to change that. It will be in the document, and the document will be motioned to tonight, I'm assuming, with all of the, with those checks, right, from the Kenosha County Health Department. Those are kind of like the highlighted areas that we're going to be looking into. You're going to be coming back to us with some more information.
Correct.
But minus those 2 points where we need some more clarification on, it would be a done topic.
Okay.
I think
I guess
there's just some confusion.
right, and I guess my encouragement would be that whomever makes the motion would include the word optional and or highly recommend or whatever it might be, so that we would have clarification on that word as well. I would like to present it as is with the two.
With the optional for staff.
No, with the way that it is, with the edited version or possibly edited versions of 3 and 6 feet that I need to still check on. And that's I guess my recommendation at this time.
As well as the quarantine structure, correct?
Those were the two, correct? The quarantine structure with it, we have it, right? I mean,
It's the
I
3 to
just,
5 days and the 6 feet versus 3 days. Yeah, that's
yes, quarantine structure and 3 or 6 feet, I think is.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I'm tired, people.
All right.
I don't know if we're just being picky here with all this at the end of the day.
So I will make a motion to approve the 2021-2022 school year re-entry plan as presented, with the notion that we will get information from Jack later about the 3 to 6 foot rule and the quarantine structure. So I'm seeking a second.
I'll second.
Okay, seconded by Corey. So we'll do roll call vote. Adam, aye. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Discussion.
Not hearing her. You're muted, Steph.
Sorry, I was also muted. I just wanted to say that I'm not a fan that this was motioned so quickly with optional and optional, students optional. We already discussed that. Staff was a point for discussion tonight. So I would have hoped it would have been highly recommended to be consistent with visitors in the building for after hours. But that's my only qualm with this.
We can always later, as the school year starts, we can always revisit it. We can always change the language. As I was talking to some people from other school districts, that was one of the things. It's like we could always, they went with optional. Their plan would be to keep that for a month, kind of revisit things, and like you could always change it to highly recommended if there may be some concern for cases, things like that. So anyways,
I just want to also say, I took notes on everybody that spoke tonight. I want to say it was Trent that actually said that it's not fair for parents to be waiting for the next revision of this document. I don't want to have to revise. Sorry, what? Oh, sorry. I thought it was you.
It was the other guy sitting there, whoever that
There was somebody that did speak that you don't want to be here every month looking at this document. Neither do I. I think we should try to make this work. Sorry, I was saying we shouldn't have to revise this document all the time. We should try to make this work as much as we can. Parents shouldn't have to come in here every month like you guys have, getting emails. We should try to make this work as best as we can. So that's why I think the language is important, and it's not just something that we should kind of gloss over. That's all, because I really would like to make this work so you do not have to continue to come back here. And our community, our board is put in a horrible position. We're not set up to do this, and it's pulling our community apart. We really need to make this document work for long term.
All right, so what's the motion on the table?
To approve the reentry plan that Jack has presented as is, so masks would be, the verbiage for masks would be optional, with the notion that Jack will check into the 3 to 6 foot rule.
Okay.
And the quarantine structure.
Okay.
As recommended by Jack.
As recommended by Jack.
Okay. Thanks.
Any other discussion?
As recommended by Jack, or we're going to be discussing this again? When you say as recommended by Jack, that's not what we talked about.
No, Jack, this is how Jack recommended the motion be made.
Okay, just wanted to specify.
Roll call vote. Adam, aye. Stephanie?
Aye.
Sue? Aye. Mike?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Motion passed 5-0. We still have stuff to discuss.
Thank you, guys. The only thing that I will say for those of you in attendance, again, thanks for sharing. Board, as always, I know it's exhausting. We're all exhausted, and I appreciate your discussion. And I will always try to lead the best I can. I will say, though, that I will have some sort of communication out tomorrow. I know I promised that earlier. It will not include those things that we had talked about today in the reentry plan. Just so we know, I will not have an answer till Friday or later as far as whether 3-6 or quarantine rules, and I will notify all parents and community members of that. So everything that was solidified within this draft that is now final, I will communicate with parents, staff, and everybody that I can, and we will just notify them that there are further answers to come as far as quarantine guidelines, as well as close contact distance clarifications. Fair? Okay.
All right, so number 11, extracurricular and coaching stipends for the 2021-2022 school year. So Jack?
All right, per board request, we had talked about this in July, and to be quite honest, I had kind of a blanket statement of looking at 10% increase throughout, and I know we wanted a little bit closer look at that because we felt like some of them might have been a little bit more and I shouldn't say deserving, but there could have been some more or larger increases, smaller increases, things like that. So like any good district administrator, I delegated this task to Mr. Koschel. Mr. Koschel then talked to other members of the compensation committee and looked at other local area schools and compared what we were paying to local area schools, comparatively speaking. And there were some specific changes. For instance, if you look at some of them, 10% would have been, maybe $18 or something like that. He rounded it up to $20. Some of the other ones, he did specific research on looking at, I know Drama Club was a big one as far as director, assistant director, set design, and all of those things. So he looked at those each specifically and made his recommendation. I have obviously looked through this and thought it was very well done and very well thought out. So my current recommendation would be to approve extracurricular stipends and compensation for the 2021-22 school year as presented. And I can obviously take questions if you have them. And I think Mr. Koshel's still here if I need them. Yeah.
Yes, my only question would be if Ashley has anything to add to what you said about this, because I know you were tasked with it.
What I tried to do is compare it to one of our That's all.
Well,
Yeah, if there's no more questions, I'm just going to make the motion.
no, I appreciate the work that you did to this. I'll make a motion to approve the extracurricular coaching stipends for 2021-2022 school year.
Second. Sue, you didn't get a chance on this one.
He's been waiting for it all night.
It's 9 o'clock. Let's get this stuff done.
All right. All right. Any other discussion? Okay, so roll call vote. Adam, aye. Stephanie?
Aye.
Sue? Mike?
Aye.
Corey? Okay, so motion carried 5-0. Susan has been waiting patiently back there. So number 12, the Wisconsin Deferred Compensation Program resolution to adopt for the district.
I think he put me at the end so that I would stay for the entire discussion. Okay, Wisconsin Deferred Compensation Program. Schools must adopt the program in order for the staff to participate, so that's why I am bringing it to the board. 403B plans in the public sector are similar to 401k plans in the private sector. 457B plans are similar to 457 plans in the private sector. So what we currently have now is WEA member benefits for a TSA, which is a 403B, and we have Horace Mann, which offers the same thing. WDC is the highest recommended 457B provider in the nation, and they're located in Wisconsin. So the program comes highly recommended. All right, so we already offer a 403B plan to the staff. Why would we offer a 457B plan to the staff? For one, which is most appealing to me, it's no cost to the employer. I set up a deduction and we process it just like anything else. Two, it allows the staff to contribute double the amount on a yearly basis. The annual limit is $19,500 with a $6,500 catch-up contribution for workers who are age 50 and older. By adding the 457B, it would allow the staff to contribute up to $39,000 annually without penalty, with the catch-up provision applying. So you say to me, Sue, do we really have anybody that's contributing that much money? Yes, actually we have 4. So they are at the maximum for the 403B. They cannot possibly contribute any more than that. This would allow them another outlet. And yes, I have spoken to 3 of them, and they are willing to take a look at this program and see if it would fit for them. Another great thing about this program is they have unbiased fiduciary advice at no additional cost. They have low administrative fees for participants, which is the same as WEA member benefits. And they have dedicated local license advisor, Ryan Collier. Another benefit to this plan, while other plans do not allow distributions until you're 59 and a half years old, your 457B benefits become available when you no longer work for the employer providing the 457B plan. Otherwise, distributions are permitted when you're 70 and a half years old or for an unforeseeable emergency. So that clause is in there as well. Another benefit is once you leave your current job, any funds that you have deposited into the 457B can be rolled into an IRA or a 401k. The plan document is also managed by WDC rather than by the employer, me. So that makes it even better for me. So I'd like for the board to pass the resolution to adopt this so that our employees can take advantage of this program.
Sue, who pays the administration fees?
The employee would have to pay the administrative fees themselves. There are no administrative fees that the district would have to pay.
Is there any fees associated to the school?
Just the processing, setting up the deductions, and processing the paychecks. So that would be on me and
That
Ibrahim.
would be for anything would be that way, right? Wouldn't make
That's
any
for
difference.
anything. Any vendor that we take on.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to make a motion to pass the Wisconsin Deferred Compensation Program, WDC resolution to adopt for district as discussed.
Oh, darn you.
Oh, you did it before I finished the motion.
All right, seconded by Sue. All right, so roll call vote.
We're getting slapped
Adam,
at this
aye.
point, guys.
Stephanie?
Aye.
Sue? Mike?
Aye.
Corey?
Bye.
Okay, motion passed 5-0. The time is now 9:10. The board will convene into closed session. I want to thank you, everybody, for attending. The board will convene into closed session under Wisconsin Statute 19.851C, considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility. So we will go into closed session here, so everybody will have to leave the room. And when we go back into open session, if anybody is around, we will come and get you, okay? We'll take a quick break. We gotta, so I'll make a motion to move into closed session.
Second.
Seconded by Mike. So roll call vote. Adam, aye. Stephanie?
Aye.
Sue? Aye. Mike?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
All right, motion carried 5-0. Board members, please remember to log out of your Google Meet.
Yep.
All right, the time is now 10:46. I'll make a motion to move back into open session. Can I get a second?
Second. I just seconded and then I took myself back up.
All right, so seconded by Corey. So roll call vote. Adam, aye. Stephanie?
Aye.
Sue?
Aye.
Mike? Corey?
Aye.
Okay, motion carried 5-0. There's no action to take, so the time is now, or we will move into adjournment. So time is now 10:47. And I will make a motion to adjourn this meeting.
Second.
Seconded by Corey. Any last discussion? All right. Roll call vote. Adam, aye. Stephanie?
Aye.
Sue?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
All right. Motion carried 5-0. Thank you for attending tonight's meeting. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact us. Our email addresses are listed under the board member website under board members. Thank you.